The board meeting will start in less than 10 minutes. Board members, if you could find your seat, we'll begin in about 2 minutes, board members. The August 2nd, 2024 State Board meeting will now come to order. Good morning and welcome to the August 2nd, 2024 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, please engage your microphones before speaking and turn them off when you are finished speaking. Please note that board members may be using their cell phones and laptop computers to access the agenda and information related to this meeting. Live streaming is available through the State Board of Education website. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Patsy Kojons.
Here.
Lisa Fricke. Here. Patty Goobles.
Here.
Jacqueline Morrison. Kirk Penner. Sherry Jones.
Here.
Elizabeth Tegmeyer.
Here.
Deborah Neary.
Here.
Commissioner Maher.
Here.
6 present, 2 absent.
Thank you. There are 6 members present. Quorum is established. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Information regarding the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website. The next item of business is the Commissioner's Report. Commissioner Maher, please provide your report.
Thank you, President Tegmeyer, and good morning. I'm happy to report to you because our summer has been incredibly busy, and while there have been a wide range of successes I could share, I want to focus on 2 areas: Administrator Days and our burgeoning literary focus within the department. First of all, on Administrator Days, I was delighted to see many of you in Kearney last week for NDE Day, and I wish I could have spent more individual time with each of you. Board Member Jones, thanks again for the kind words and the warm introduction last week. It was certainly better than I deserved. As you know, our week out west actually started on Tuesday with a fantastic meeting between the ESU Coordinating Council and the Nebraska Department of Education staff for a Rule 84 meeting. I'm delighted to continue to build a deeper partnership with ESUs and with the ESUCC, and equally delighted to see that their new CEO, Dr. Larry Ann Polk, is with us today. So Dr. Polk, these were prepared in advance. I didn't know you were going to be here today, but it's a delight to have you here, and truly a delight to work with you as the new CEO of the ESU Coordinating Council. NDE Day on Wednesday went very, very well. I'm truly proud of our staff. I would like to call all of them out individually, but time says I shouldn't do that. But I do think I should call out one person, and that's David Jesperson. Last year I called him out for pulling a fire alarm. This year I'm calling him out for job well done, incredibly well done by him. And I know if he was in front of us, he would call out his entire staff. It takes a village to put on NDE Day, and David Jesperson and his village did a phenomenal job. So David, thank you for all that you did to prepare for that day. We had over 60 or nearly 60 sessions throughout the day, so I could call out 60 people from the department really, really easily and thank all of them. But just a hearty thank you to everybody who participated. I enjoyed my keynote and focused on the successes of the past year, what we're looking forward to in 24-25, and also shared the stage with Governor Pillen to give him an opportunity to give firsthand information to about 1,200 administrators across the state regarding his property tax plan. The second topic that I want to address is I want to turn my attention to a key focus for us over the next several years. I mentioned in my address to administrators last week the need to truly zero in on literacy as a state. You'll be enshrining this focus with your consideration of legislative priorities later in this meeting. And before I tee up our academic officer, Allison Dinbesti, I want to talk a little bit about how did we get to this point, or maybe what was my path to where we are today. And I would say it's a convergence of interests. When I interviewed, it was clear to me that this board was very interested in literacy outcomes and improving literacy outcomes. At the time, Board Member Goebbels made it very clear that not only was it a board focus, it was a focus of hers. Since the passing of that torch, I can tell you it is also a focus of Board President Tegmeyer's. While I can't speak for the full board, I believe there is unanimous opinion on an appropriate focus on literacy. So certainly we have the interest of the board. We had interest from our staff. In fact, one of the things I was trying to figure out is what have we done? Because our staff wasn't, wasn't sitting around waiting for an outside focus on literacy. In fact, they have been doing many, many, many things to try to improve literacy outcomes across the state. So we're trying to bring some coherence to what we're doing and what we want to be doing going forward. The next piece that came into that really was the legislature. As they talked to this last year about what do we do, what can we help focus on, and there was a literacy focus. And they appropriated a little over $1.8 million for the next few years for the Department of Education and the ESUs. And I say this, and I mean this in a very positive way, but for the Department of Education and the ESUs to do a little dance to figure out how do we best serve the state of Nebraska through literacy coaches, through putting a plan together, and really serve kids and communities in the state of Nebraska when it comes to literacy. The next piece that I would put behind this goal really is that of the philanthropic community. Dr. Friesen and I were asked to come to Omaha in February or March, I don't remember, it's been quite a while ago. And we were asked by the Lozier Foundation what our plan was going to be in this particular area. And the Logier Foundation has got behind the efforts of NDE and really the efforts of improving literacy across the state of Nebraska. Since then, we've had other philanthropic interests who have come alongside. We're excited about all of the momentum that we have from these varied groups to figure out what we can do going forward. And our first goal really is to put together a plan. So with that, I would invite Allison Denbesti up to talk to you specifically about what our plan looks like. And I would invite Amy Roan to come with her. I'm glad both of you are coming up, because part of my comments were to really give a shout out and a thank you to Allison Denbesti, to Amy Roan, to Melody Hobson, to Olivia Alberts, and to many, many others who are helping us on this journey of putting a plan together. And you're going to see a lot of things that are activity-based, and we want that, we need that. But I've reminded our folks over and over and over again that it's not the activities that count, that it's the productivity. We are about student outcomes, and that's how we will ultimately measure success. With that, I'll turn it over to Allison and Amy.
Thank you, Dr. Maher. Allison Denbesti, Academic Officer.
Amy Roan, the Administrator of the Office of Special Education.
David, should this be displaying? I'm plugged in? Okay. We can talk about it. First of all, I appreciate your comments about coherence, and this has definitely been something that we're working across the agency with all offices on, finding a role in this, because it is a major initiative. Our purpose today is really to share the requirements from legislation, specifically Nebraska Revised Statute 79-2607, and a vision for Nebraska literacy achievement. We have a vision. The vision is to foster a culture of proficient and lifelong readers in Nebraska and unlock student potential for learning, earning, and living through a focus on evidence-based reading instruction. We have identified 3 specific goals. Goal number 1, increase third grade proficiency as measured by NSCAS ELA from 62%, as was the statewide average in 2023, to 75% by 2030. We want to increase the percent of Nebraska K-3 students who meet the Nebraska Reading Improvement Act approved assessment thresholds, thus reducing the percent of students who are on an individual reading improvement plan. And our third goal is to ensure that all Nebraska educator preparation programs are implementing evidence-based reading instruction for teachers that is grounded in the science of reading. There are shared responsibilities between the Nebraska Department of Education and districts. The Nebraska Department of Education is charged with developing and implementing a professional learning system to provide professional learning and training regarding evidence-based reading instruction for teachers who teach children ages 4 years of age through 3rd grade at an approved or accredited school, and teachers employed by an early childhood education program approved by the State Board of Education. And the professional learning system shall include information and tips for teachers related to helping children and families work with local family literacy centers.
So as Dr. Maher made mention, this plan has this project has lots of activities. As the state rolled out the legislation, we got the great opportunity to really think about what those activities should look like to ensure the greatest success in a project of this magnitude. And one of those that is written into the bill and the law now is the use of regional literacy coaches. So the Nebraska Department of Education will be working with our Educational Service Unit system to provide regional coaches to ensure the implementation of the professional learning that we will be delivering and providing to our schools and teachers as we roll all of this out. So our implementation of evidence-based reading instruction will really be about ensuring that those teachers who are teaching children ages 4 through 3rd grade are really grounded in those evidence-based reading instructions and effectively using those strategies implemented into their high-quality instructional materials. So we'll talk a little bit more in a minute about those activities related to high-quality instructional materials. Thank you.
We've shared the vision and the goals. The system is designed around 5 tenets. This really gets a little bit more specific about how we will be approaching this task. Tenet 1, provide a system of professional learning and evidence-based reading instruction. And you will recognize the legislation as well as some of our major initiatives and best practices in these 5 tenets. Tenet 2 is support sustained implementation of curriculum instruction and materials, those HQIM, that are aligned with evidence-based reading instruction, specifically focused on elementary language arts. Tenet 3, developing regional literacy coaches to provide that job-embedded training and support for evidence-based reading instruction. Tenet 4 is ensuring appropriate collections of data to measure effectiveness and the implementation. And Tenet 5 is working with local family literacy centers to strengthen home and family literacy programs. Some of the next steps for each one of those tenets. We will be conducting a statewide early literacy survey in August. We want to find out from our districts just what has already occurred regarding evidence-based reading instruction training for their teachers. We want to honor what districts have already done while we work with them to help identify what their needs are. We will be coordinating a literacy advisory panel of our most knowledgeable Nebraska experts around evidence-based reading instruction to advise our work going forward. And as Dr. Maher mentioned, collaborating with other organizations. We have partnerships with UNL, UNO, some corporate funding sources. Certainly the legislative support is appreciated as we continue to move forward. Tenet 2, on the sustained implementation of curriculum instruction and materials. We will be collaborating with Nebraska educator preparation programs. As Rule 20 requires, we want to ensure the sustainability that teacher training is in place. And also coordinating and embedding literacy within Nebraska MTSS initiatives. There's a strong foundation there that we really will be able to capitalize on rather than introducing something new.
So we also, with that focus on regional literacy coaches, we're going to be collaborating with our Educational Service Unit system to develop that plan for hiring and coordinating the use of regional literacy coaches. We know that just getting training on a professional learning on a specific practice doesn't necessarily correlate to using it in a system. So we want to ensure that we're providing the supports that educators need to make that happen in the school buildings. One of the things that we're going to do is review the data from the 2024 survey that we're going to put out there to really hone in on some pockets or areas around the state. Our regional literacy coaches will be funded by the legislature, the funds that were brought forward with this bill, but we also know that it's going to take more than probably 5 to 7 people to help implement and provide the support needed. So really thinking smart about how we provide that in all of our school systems.
With Tenet 4, we will be analyzing the trends that our school districts are seeing in the screenings that they administer for K-3 students connected to the Nebraska Reading Improvement Act. Also going deeper into an analysis of the third grade reading proficiency as measured by NSCAS. And we have some pilot programs that we are embarking on. We will evaluate their effectiveness, again, just to ensure that we are reaching our goals. We can't wait until students get to third grade, administer the NSCAS, and then find out if our efforts have worked. So we need some measures along the way.
And then, as Allison mentioned, we're really going to be working to make the home-to-school connection. We have already established family literacy centers, so enhancing the knowing across our state that these family literacy centers exist, and then collaborating with them to ensure that they are working with families the way that we're working with schools, so that there isn't repeated or duplicated efforts, but also to ensure that families feel supported in all of this as well.
It's a very broad overview of what's really in the beginning stages and still some planning. We'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Maybe before we go to questions, let me do a little bit of a follow-up to that. First of all, thank you both, very well done. You can see where we're starting on this, and there are so many areas when you peel back the layers of this onion and think about what are all of the things that we need to do, what are all of the things that need to be explicit in the planning, is professional development. We've spent a good amount of time talking about that. How do we get outcomes for students? By making sure teachers have the tools that they need to help us with those outcomes. But it's also more than that. It's how do we make sure that there's an accountability system in place so that the professional development that we're providing gets into the classroom and gets implemented appropriately. There's a family literacy component that you heard that is easy to dismiss, but essential, and I would say essential for probably our most vulnerable learners, that we really focus in on that being a part of this. Think about teacher preparation and how our brand new teachers to the profession are coming out. What is the impact and the dialogue that we need to have with our teacher preparation institutions. And then assessment. How do we know what we're doing makes a difference so that we're not just focused on activities and that we are focused on productivity? To steal a term from Dr. Polk, we want to make sure we're having the impact that we need to have. So all of those. The other thing that I would say is we've really started out in terms of trying to supply those teaching tools in a big way through a collaboration that we have with the University of Nebraska, Omaha. We asked for pilot schools. We put together a list of schools to contact. I would tell you that on that list, I don't remember how many we had, 8 or 10 schools that we thought we could ask, because we're we're limited by the number of teachers we can actually put into cohorts for this coming semester. And my first call was to the Omaha Public Schools, and Matt Ray said, yes, how do we get on board? What can we do? And they have been a great partner throughout. My second call and third call went to the Crete Public Schools and the Alliance Public Schools, and their superintendents said yes and yes. And it was all very quick. I didn't need a list of 8 or 10 schools. The first 3 that I called said yes. So not only, as I mentioned earlier, is our board interested, is our staff interested, is the legislature interested, is the philanthropic community interested, our schools are very interested in improving literacy outcomes as well. So I think we're at the right place at the right time to really make a difference on reading scores and student success when it comes to literacy in the state of Nebraska. There's a lot more to discuss, but I think now maybe it would be a good time to open it up to questions so that we can provide some detail. And please know that this is ongoing.
Any board member questions or comments at this time? Elisa?
I was just wondering, how are the coaches going to be selected? Are they going to be former teachers or professors, or how are you going to select the most effective ones?
That's an excellent question. We actually do have as a part of our plan to identify what the criteria would be, and of course, that's going to all depend on what's the pool of applicants. We will want the most qualified people that we can find because they really will need to be very well grounded in best practices regarding evidence-based reading, because it's not about supporting a particular approach or methodology, but rather supporting teachers where they're at and working together to all reach this goal. So we'll be happy to share more information once we maybe have them in place.
And I would just add, in addition to hiring, our plan includes the training, because if you all are very, very, very aware, shortages are a real thing. So we have to be very mindful of what we're taking out of school systems. So if the need would arise to really scale up or train someone's knowledge around this, that is 100% going to be built into our plan.
And ongoing support for them as well.
Lisa, I would also add to that by saying the most interested person in this room to the answer to that question was Dr. Larry Ann Polk. Because when I mentioned earlier that we have to do a dance with the ESUs, we will absolutely do that dance in trying to figure out not only who do we hire for literacy coaches, but as you just heard, what is the role of the literacy coaches?
I have one question. First of all, I appreciate your 5 tenets. I think you've covered a lot of very significant areas. I am wondering with tenet 4, with collections of data to measure progress, would this by chance improve any look at the outcomes of specific curriculum being used for teaching of reading? Is that part of this data collection or not necessarily?
That has not yet been identified as a measure that we will enact. And one of the challenges in assessing that is the implementation. We actually have very good data on the instructional resources that districts adopt. And we know that there's a lot that happens between making that initial adoption and ultimately getting it in the classrooms and supporting teachers. And it's that implementation space that varies so much. I'm happy to share with the board, we do some work, and we are supported in part by the Council of Chief State School Officers, and I do know that they are getting ready to embark on a 3-year study to study just that. What is the outcome of after implementing HQIM, what are the results that we see regarding student achievement? So hopefully that's coming.
Yeah, and to build on that last point, I don't know that we'll have any information that will show causality, but I think we'll have a lot of information that we'll be able to show from a correlational standpoint as to what's working well and what isn't working quite as well.
Patsy?
I think it's so important that one of the elements that you included in your plan is the making sure that families are involved in this, because I think that's where the beginning of loving to read has to be, must be. And so offering families the opportunity to know how to best serve their own children and to be a part of that is so important. And I know in my family, my love for reading came from my mother, who had only an 8th grade education, but she loved to read. And she instilled that, and then my teachers continued it. So your inclusion of that into your plan, I think, is fundamental to its success for children in Nebraska. So thank you very much for not only thinking of teachers, which I am one, but thinking of family.
Jacqueline?
Okay, it's green now. So just a couple of questions. One question that I have on, I guess, the data side of things, it says we're going to analyze trends and reported percentages of Nebraska K through 3 students who meet the Nebraska Reading Improvement Act approved assessment thresholds. Are you intending to, I'm guessing we're not going to implement more assessments as part of this. So then what assessments are you going to use? I'm assuming they're all not standardized across the state. And so how does that work?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. There are currently 10 approved screeners connected to the Nebraska Reading Improvement Act, and that alone presents some challenges. Districts have been doing really good work since 2019 in screening students and knowing where their students are and how they're progressing on those individual reading improvement plans. That information has not been shared with the NDE. Most recently, in 2023, there was some legislation that began a data collection, and I think as we've moved through that, we've seen that it's a great start, and we're likely going to need to ask for a little bit more information. We are confident that our districts are really collecting this data and they're doing what they need to do. We just have not had it shared with us. So we don't want to add screeners. As a matter of fact, we'd like to ultimately reduce the number of screeners for a little bit more consistency. It's really just more about using the data that we have a little bit better.
Okay. So another question I had, there was a slide, implementation of evidence-based reading instruction, and it uses the State Board of Education shall, meaning we must ensure that people are adequately trained regarding evidence-based reading and instruction. And so one of the things that I've struggled with since being on this board is what's our meat? Like, what if they don't? What happens? Like, I don't really feel like we have anything we can do. I mean, we can't, we could go in and say, okay, the whole school district is no longer accredited, but we've heard no one's really willing to do that. And so I feel like it's saying we have to do something, but I don't really know in practice how we ensure or require that. So any thoughts on that?
You raise an excellent point. What I will tell you is that, as Dr. Maher mentioned, we have broad support for this. To be honest, I really hadn't thought about what would happen if we got down to maybe the last district in the state, or if they were resistant, because we haven't seen that yet. What we see is that teachers do want to do the best for their students, and districts need support. And so this plan is designed to help them with support while providing choice, which we think is really important. I don't know, other thoughts?
We have had the same conversation. The shall for us at this point is around the accreditation component, but really trying to not be punitive in our thoughts, but really influential so that we can lead the horses to water.
So with something like this, where we have our rules that outline accreditation, would this then need to be amended into a rule saying that that's a requirement when we come out to do audits and things like that?
What we have, oh, go ahead.
Somebody has to turn theirs. Okay. You bring up a great question. My first question is on the shall. Is that part of statute? And it is, we shall provide. So I think that's the first piece of it. You bring up a good point as we develop this. It may very well need to be part of a Rule 10 assurance statement, something along those lines where districts say that we have, so that we can prove that we've met the shall piece of that. But I think you've got into an area we haven't thought deeply enough about yet.
Okay, and then if I can, just one other question. I've run into this in my professional life, and so I'm just curious. When I Googled, just kind of put in Nebraska, I think, what did I Google? Sorry. Nebraska Literacy Project. The first thing that comes up is the Nebraska Literacy Plan. And so sometimes we have plans that do something, and then we create a new, instead of now we don't have the plan, we have the project. And so we continue to create new ideas for how to do something, and we already have something that exists that isn't necessarily. So I guess if you could talk a little bit about how is this different, or what is different from what the plan we had? Maybe if that wasn't successful, what were some of the reasons it wasn't successful that we're now doing the project? Or was this legislatively created, therefore we have to do it, but we already had a model in place and we're kind of just doing what they're telling us to do? I'm just curious, because again, like I said, I feel like in society, we continue to do new things, but we sometimes have some good old stuff. So just curious if you could talk about that.
The Nebraska Literacy Plan, as I understand it, and I have not Googled it, I will. In 2011, there was a document that was created by the Nebraska Department of Education. It's really a framework. It's intended to be a resource to districts for them to develop their own literacy plan. I would say two things. First of all, clearly 2011 was a long time ago. Beginning last fall, our department was provided assistance by the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Network, which is an arm of the U.S. Department of Education, technical assistance to update that 2011 document. It's needed to be done, and that actually is in the works as we speak. The other thing I would say to that, it's been invitational. We've provided resources and we've asked districts to develop their own literacy plan. We've certainly provided supports for them. To my knowledge, this may be the first time that there is a legislative requirement to do so. And I will acknowledge our PowerPoint has a lot of words on it, but I do believe the wording is important in this instance. And the NDE is actually charged with developing and implementing the professional learning system. As you walk through that legislation, it is the approved or accredited elementary schools that have the responsibility to ensure their teachers are adequately trained. And of course, ultimately, we do accredit them and approve them. But that's where this, I think, partnership comes in. We want to provide as many resources as we can for schools to do just that. But there is a bit of a mandate here.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for this presentation. I think that all of us have really gotten on board with literacy. And just for me personally, as we move forward, I am anticipating hearing more, just like Jacqueline, I believe, is about the accountability factor for the educator prep programs, because we don't have endless resources to retrain teachers, as well as accountability for our districts, as she indicated. And I'm thinking of it from a teacher perspective. Even if I have the training, but I walk back into a classroom that the materials are not evidence-based reading instruction, I have two options. I rewrite everything, or I continue on with the materials I have. And so I'm anticipating hearing what the department plans are for making sure that our teachers have it, and it's not just a label stuck on by a publisher, but that the materials are actually evidence-based. Because we could have two second-grade teachers, and one rewrites everything, and one has a sick mother and 8 kids, and they don't have time to rewrite. And so we've got two very different outcomes within the same school building. So I want to make sure that our teachers have everything, not just the training, but the classroom tools so they can implement. So I look forward to hearing about that in the upcoming months. Any final comments from board members before we move on? All right, thank you. Oh, I guess Dr. Marker has more, so we'll let him take back over.
So I want to go, I have two other things to finish my report on. One is to go back to Administrator Days. I want to bring you a highlight from the Administrator Days conference. Our very own Brian Halstad was honored as a Friend of Education by the Nebraska Council of School Administrators. If you know Brian a little bit, you might think he would qualify for such a distinction. If you know Brian well, you know without a doubt he is a great recipient of such an award. Other recipients in the past, if you're wondering who gets this, Senator Greg Adams, Senators Lynn Wall, Steve Lathrop, Matt Williams, and other organizations from around our state have been recipients. Brian's dedication for over 30 years at this department has created a consistent and clear voice advocating for our communities, our schools, our educators, and our students. We're very lucky to be able to work with him. Brian was surprised with the award, and his wife Judy was in attendance, further adding to his surprise. And I would also say that the gathering of about 1,200 people rose to their feet with a thunderous applause for Brian. Brian, we were honored to have you associated with the Nebraska Department of Education, and we are thrilled that the Nebraska Council of School Administrators made public what we see on an everyday basis, and that is that you are truly a friend of all in education. Congratulations on that award. I should have ended my comments with that, but instead I have one other thing that I must say. There are 2 items that have been identified to be removed from the consent agenda. They are item 6.3.d and item 6.4.c. If board members wish to remove additional items from the consent agenda, please fill out the form at this time. Any items removed from the consent agenda will be taken up under additional business. Again, those were items 6.3.d, 6.4.c. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Maher. I do want to provide an opportunity if board members have any questions for Dr. Maher on his report. No? Okay, we'll move right along to item 4, which is the president's report. I don't have a prepared president's report, just wanted to say that Board Member Jones and I were, we enjoyed the opportunity to go to the National Association of State Boards of Education new member training this summer. And so we were able to connect with other state board members, get trained a little bit from that perspective on our position. And so it was a privilege to be able to go, and we'd love to visit with our board members later if you want to hear more about our trip. Anybody else? I know there were other conferences this summer, and so if you would like to share that in the good of the order later, I would encourage you to do that.
Madam President,
Yes.
I don't have anything to share, but I did have a question for the commissioner, and you went so fast I didn't have a chance
Oh,
to.
I'm sorry. Well, we are fluid. We'll go back to
I don't
Dr.
want to be
Maher.
out of order,
You're not.
but when you have a chance.
Please ask it.
Yes, so Dr. Maher, I know you didn't necessarily report on this, but curious, I know legislature is back in session. A lot of it's about the shifting of funding, potentially shifting funding for schools locally to the state. And so I'm just curious if you've been involved in any of those conversations or how you've been asked to be engaged, if you could just provide a little update.
Yep, you bet I can, and thanks for the question. A couple of ways. I would tell you that the governor has called me and asked me what I was hearing in the field. And on 2 occasions, I said, Governor, it might be better for you to hear directly from folks in the field. So I convened our Superintendent's Advisory Council several weeks ago now in this room, and the governor came and spoke to them and heard some really hard questions from those in attendance about his plan. And the second piece was having the governor speak at NDE Day last week to the group that was there. Those things I think were important for folks in the field to hear firsthand information. I've been asked by folks in the legislature and by folks in the field, what is your opinion on this? And I said, I don't have an opinion until our board has an opinion. So the Department of Education, our role in this really is to provide models, if asked to provide models for the various bills that are out there. We have been asked to provide a model for one of those bills, but our modeling of that bill is in its infancy. We haven't seen anything in that regard yet. So those are really, that's really the extent of what we do.
Thank you.
You bet.
Seeing no further questions, we will move to item 5.1. We are now in our public comment period. This period may be available to any person who wishes to address the board on any subject within its authority, including items appearing on the agenda except for contested cases. Up to 2 hours will be allowed for the public comment period when on the agenda of a regular meeting. A majority of members present and voting may take action to extend the total amount of time allowed for the public comment period. A majority of members present and voting may also take action to allow or terminate public comment at any time during a meeting. Please note that public comment should be on topics related to the work of the state board's constitutional and statutory authority. If you are not signed in and wish to speak, please sign in at this time. Those wishing to speak must be signed in at the table outside the meeting room. Each individual speaking to the board will be required to complete a sign-in card for identification of oneself. Individuals are required to include on the sign-in card their name, address, and name of any organization represented. Individuals may be prohibited to speak in public comment if the sign-in card does not include the required information. Persons speaking to the board during the public comment should state their name at the beginning of their allotted time and may submit printed materials for the board, but may not use any other form of media. Anyone refusing to be identified will be prohibited from speaking. Each person may address the board for up to 5 minutes. A majority of members present and voting may take action to reduce or extend the amount of individual time allotted to all speakers. If at any time persons appearing before the board exceed the time limitations set forth in this policy or become abusive or threatening in language or behavior, it shall be the responsibility of the president to refuse permission to continue to address the board. Vice President, how many public comments do we have?
We have 3 people that want to speak today.
And so I will turn the microphone over to Deborah, and she will announce the speakers.
All right, if our 3 speakers, you're welcome to come forward and sit in the front row so you're ready, but not necessary to. Richard, and I apologize for mispronouncing any names here. So Richard Votravers? Eileen will follow him, and Cora will follow both of them. Thank you, Richard, for being here.
Okay. Good morning, board members and Dr. Mayer. My name is Dick Votravers, and I'm speaking on behalf of a coalition of organizations who are interested in public education. These groups are the NAACP Lincoln Branch, the Nebraskans for Peace, and the Let's Talk Alliance. I am a resident of Lincoln. I am speaking in regard to the State Board of Education position statement number 1. There was a discussion at the June board meeting that this statement is up for review and update. It was apparent at that meeting and in other public discussion forums that I'm aware of that there is a need for clarification of key terms such as equity and equality. Our coalition strongly supports the current language and intent of position statement number 1, non-discrimination and equitable educational opportunities in schools. In fact, educational equity is defined in the statement as, quote, providing each student meaningful access to the educational resources they need at the right moment, at the right level, and with the right intensity, unquote. Earlier in the statement, it says, quote, the goal of equity efforts is that all students are known, heard, and supported while having access to the opportunities and resources needed to be ready for success in their post-secondary learning experiences. These 2 sentences encapsulate the purpose of public education. While yet aspirational, these goals are the reason all parents send their children to school. Equality is a mathematical term that means that 2 things are equal. corresponding in quantity, degree, value, or rank. Equality in education means that all students have the access to the same opportunities and conditions to learn. This means all students have the same textbooks or the same computers, or similar at least. It means there is no discrimination. While equality is important, it does not ensure that all students have the same chance for success. Equity means being fair and just. Equal opportunities won't overcome significant differences in the backgrounds of students. Students growing up in poverty, students speaking English as a second language, students of color who have grown up in marginalized communities, and students with disabilities need extra support. Equity requires that additional resources be provided to these students so that they can optimize their potential in life after high school. These extra resources are considered and provided for in federal school aid and state school funding formulas. As a result of an equitable education, more students will graduate from high school, more people will pursue post-secondary educational opportunities, more people will be gainfully employed, the workforce will have better skills, more people will pay taxes, and there will be decreased costs to society for the criminal justice system, family assistance programs, etc. Thus, individuals, businesses, the economy, and society will benefit. Our coalition strongly supports the language of position statement number 1. All students need the right level of resources to be successful in school, regardless of their background. And the goal of the education system should be to increase the number of students who can be ready for success in their post-secondary learning experiences, careers, and civic lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Eileen? And just for a little humor, I want it on the record that I don't know Richard and I didn't ask him to come say that. So. All right, humor over. Thank you, Eileen, for being here.
My name is Eileen Votravers, and I'm a retired Lincoln pediatrician and member of the American Academy of Pediatrics, the International Dyslexia Association, and the Nebraska Dyslexia Association. I'm honored to speak to this esteemed board and commissioner of education today, representing myself. 2 years ago, I commended this board and NDE for their policies, services, and resources related to evidence-based structured literacy, reading instruction, and the science of reading, which they had advocated for and provided school districts. Today, I am urging you to take responsibility and use your authority to direct educator preparation programs, which I'll refer to as EPPs in the future, to implement the science of reading and structured literacy reading instruction in their teacher training programs. In the last 2 years, several Nebraska school districts have followed NDE's lead and are now currently using curricula that are based on the science of reading. As a result, local school districts and ESUs often incur the expense of providing the professional development needed by these in-service teachers in order for them to learn and understand the science of reading. This teacher education is essential because 2/3 of Nebraska's students are not reading proficiently and require the structured literacy instruction in order to learn to read well. Last year, Dr. Gubble's board address titled "The Importance of Education Accountability" aptly tied poor student reading scores to the lack of teacher knowledge of best practices for teaching reading. I understand from today's agenda that you will be conditionally approving EPPs for the 24-25 school year. By May 15th of next year, EPPs must sign an assurance statement that they are in compliance with the revised Rule 20, effective as of June 2nd of this year. This rule states that graduates of their EPP must be able to build student reading and writing skills through the application of the science of reading. Next year, when this board reviews each signed assurance statement and is asked to approve each EPP, please hold each accountable for teaching the science of reading. Accountability is the key. First, however, the board must define the science of reading that they will hold the EPPs accountable for implementing and set the explicit, comprehensive teacher preparation standards for best practices in teaching reading, which was required in LB 1052 in July 2019. As I read Rule 20, it appears to me that this board has the ability to require EPPs to teach the science of reading and structured literacy reading instruction as authorized in the policies which are bulleted in the handout I've given you, and I'll let you read that for yourselves. In summary, quote, EPPs are the key to implementing and sustaining the science of reading at scale, according to the National Council on Teacher Quality. Professional development for every in-service teacher year after year in perpetuity to accommodate new teachers entering the workforce is fraught with local district expense, inconsistencies in instruction, time constraints, and inadequacy in depth of knowledge acquired. Teacher education in the science of reading and structured literacy instruction in our universities and colleges is not happening for the most part, but it should be. In 2023, the NCTQ rated only 1 of 9 EPPs with an A for teaching all 5 components of the science of reading. Several Nebraska EPPs were rated F. 10 years ago, I spoke to the NCTE about structured literacy instruction required by students with dyslexia. 5 years ago, I spoke to the NACTE about the necessity for using structured literacy reading instruction to teach 2/3 of our Nebraska students to read proficiently. In my experience, Nebraska EPPs generally have been and are resistant to teaching the science of reading. I believe it is time to hold them accountable for teaching all pre-service teachers, and I believe it is within your purview to do so. As annual reviews of EPP's reading course syllabi take place, you have the authority to ensure that EPPs are meeting state standards for the science of reading instruction of our teachers. It is time to prioritize teacher preparation. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I'm going to, all 3 of our speakers today have handouts, so I'm going to pass these. There's 3 different. And Cora, would you come forward? Oh, okay, you're already here. Thank you, Cora. Give us 30 seconds to just, so we are handing these out now instead of while you're speaking. I just, since yours had visual aids, I wanted to make sure everybody got a copy. And of course, I didn't keep one for myself. Oh, that's all right. They'll come back. Okay. One set of each, yeah.
So each board member should take 3.
Yeah, 3. Okay, oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, you guys, thank you. All right. Is it okay to start the clock? Or, wait a
Let's
second.
wait just a moment. I
Okay.
think board members would be distracted.
Okay.
So,
Ready?
Sorry. All right.
Good morning. My name is Cora Jagona. I'm from Aurora, Nebraska. I was raised on a farm there, graduated from Aurora High. I got a education degree from UNL. I taught at Omaha Public Schools for a little while, and then in Kansas City after I married a man from Kenya. We traveled internationally for a bit before going back to Aurora to raise our own children. So after spending a number of years in the private business sector, I actually went back to teaching last year. I'm really pleased about that. Today I'm here to give input on the implementation of the model dress code policy, which is on the agenda. This is an issue I've been keeping an eye on for several years, something I've been intentional about advocating for locally with some limited success, not only for the benefit of my own biracial, multi-ethnic children, but for my former and current students as well. I greatly appreciate the inclusive language in the model policy draft that I read online and the positive direction that your work is moving the state. I feel like your efforts are definitely needed. My oldest son is going to be moving up to Aurora Middle School this fall, and I would say the dress code there is problematic, to say the least. I did print out copies for you. If you have time to read it later, you'll see that the school bans jackets, athletic shorts, nose piercings, colored hair, anything deemed too tight, too baggy, too long, too worn. I did provide pictures that I just pulled off of Google searches to show you that like if you follow the letter of the policy to a T, it's not extreme styles that we're talking about. It's pretty basic, modest wear. In addition, the principal has sole discretion to confiscate jewelry he thinks is distasteful. Hair nets, or what I would probably have referred to as do-rags, are explicitly equated with gang affiliation. The policy goes on to specify not only the manner in which students may or may not wear their hats after they've left the school building at the end of the day walking to their cars, but even what kind of watches they can wear while going with their parents to attend away games. Without taking the time to read the whole 2-page long policy to you, the bottom line is that when I take the policy as a whole, it's clear to me that Aurora's dress code, which has been mostly unchanged since the 90s, appears to be centered around one thing, and that is ensuring that our local students don't spoil our community's reputation and of tradition of excellence by adopting fashions which are stereotypically Black. It's almost like I joke that they watched all the episodes of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and wrote down everything Will Smith ever wore and said, don't come with that. While the various elements of my son's school policy are racist, either in their design or in their enforcement, it's not the kind of obvious racism where you see like whites only written above a drinking fountain, but rather the kind of subtle and deeply embedded biases that have become so commonplace around here that people won't even recognize it as a problem. And so to that end, while I'm saddened and kind of fired up that our local administrators and the school board in Aurora have thus far declined to take any significant action to address policies or procedures which have been pointed out to them as being discriminatory. I've never gotten the sense in talking to any of them individually that they are intentionally hateful, malicious, or even divisive. I sat with Principal Weisler yesterday and talked about the dress code with him for a while, and I believe his intentions are in the right place and that we all want the same thing. I think that really comes down to that my life experiences and his are very different. And whereas I see decades-old injustices that need fixing now, he sees nothing of concern other than a mom who is teaching her kids to be aware of racism where he doesn't see it. And so I'm going to skip a little bit because I'm running out of time. So that's basically why I came to Lincoln today, is not to ask you to make any last minute changes to a policy that I think is actually a really good policy and that I can see you've put a lot of thought and taken a lot of consideration and input in, but to consider like how the implementation is actually going to go. I did see in the rationale document that you intend to have some training, but I'm just here to encourage you to see how you can structure and deliver some very intentional and thorough training as far as helping administrators in rural areas identify biases, particularly when they don't regularly interact with people from very many diverse backgrounds, to help them see, because I don't think that handing them a good policy is somehow going to make them suddenly aware of biases that they're not seeing, and helping people sort of bridge that gap to understand where the issues are. And to be respectful of time, I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments.
Commissioner Maher, do we have any written comment? Okay.
There are no written comments.
I would like to state that members of the public who are unable to travel, while we appreciate those who do take the time, if you're unable to travel, always feel free to submit written comment through the website, and the board members do look at that. So thank you. I have been asked that we take a short break, and so we will reconvene the board meeting at 10:25. The clock that I am using is at the back of the room. We will resume the meeting in 2 minutes. If board members could resume their seats, we will start the meeting. Okay, we will stop our recess and resume our meeting. We are on item 6, the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda except for items 6.2A, 6.3D, and 6.4C.
Do we have a second? It is moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Per board policy, there is no discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner, Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the consent agenda is adopted. The next item of business are reports of the standing committees. I will report on behalf of the Executive Committee. The Executive Committee reports on the August 1st, 2024 meeting of the committee. Members present were Elizabeth Tegmeyer, Jacqueline Morrison, and Deborah Neary. The committee reviewed and revised the proposed state board's legislative priorities for the 2025-2027 biennium. The committee recommends the board adopt the revised version of the state board's legislative priorities for 2025 to 2027. The committee then reviewed and revised the proposed amendments to Board Operating Policies 1.06 and 1.10. The committee recommends the board adopt the revised version of the proposed amendments to Board Operating Policy 1.06. The committee also recommends the board adopt the revised version of the proposed amendments to Board Operating Policy 1.10. Finally, the board reviewed and discussed the proposed list of hearing officers for contested cases. The committee recommends the board adopt the list of hearing officers for contested cases. This concludes the Executive Committee report. Chair Elizabeth Tegmeyer. Are there any questions or comments on the Executive Committee report? I would like to note for board members in Spark, you will see the revisions posted that the committee did yesterday in the committee work. Is there a motion on 7.1.a?
Yes. I move to adopt the revised state board's legislative priorities for 25 through 27.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It is moved and seconded to adopt the revised state board's legislative priorities for 2025 through 27. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, not being part of the executive committee, it would be helpful for me to just kind of hear how the revised priorities were developed based on the discussion that we had during the work session. You know, what part of that discussion was used to help form these, and in what ways and why did you kind of diverge from some of the things that were suggested at the work session?
Okay. So I can give you a little bit of my perspective, and then we can have other board members speak, as well as staff might come forward. So what happened during the work session in June? You know, we had a lot of ideas and things were written down. And then what I noted was that the priorities were listed tried to be in three big groups. Within those then were most, I believe, most if not all of the thoughts and ideas from the work session. Was there something missing from that legislative priority that you are concerned about that was missing from that work session?
No, I wouldn't say missing, Elizabeth. I was just curious, you know, because one of the things that was talked about was reducing and simplifying and perhaps having these be more general. And what we came up with was pretty specific things, which I'm fine with, but I guess just trying to understand how that revision process worked.
Okay, and so I think that the way that it felt reduced was that we took kind of some of our potential legislative priorities and put them into three groups, and I think that was to help simplify. These are our top three: the foundational literacy, excellent educators, and then engagement. And so how could we fit those in there without losing, because obviously bills are very specific, and so when things that fit under those topics come up, those would be priorities for us. Jacqueline, you look like you're ready to speak.
Well, I was not here during that work session, and so when we had our meeting yesterday and looked at these, so I'm giving you the context that I wasn't here, but I kind of feel like a neutral observer to it. One of the things that I asked about is the measure of success and how that was determined. I know specifically on the second one for excellent educators, it seemed like we had legislative priorities that were pretty broad, but then our measure of success was specific to special education, where there are lots of ways to measure excellence. And now that I'm listening to you and I'm looking at it, I would be curious, do you feel like because I feel like the three categories are broad, I feel like the thing that feels very narrow to me is the measure of success. And so I almost wonder if that is limiting us, even though it looks broad, but that line makes it look super narrow if that's our only measure of success. So on the excellent educator one, I asked that measure of success actually be broadened. And so I'm just curious if you feel that way, or if you feel something different, but that's how it looks to me.
Quite honestly, you know, the legislative priorities are underneath those measures, the measure of success and the three broad categories. And there were a few of the legislative priorities under specific categories that I really had to stretch myself to think, how does this really relate to what we identified in our broad category? Right? And those are very, very specific. I'm not objecting to them, but again, just kind of reading this cold and not having an opportunity for additional discussion, I had to find my own rationale for why did we include this specific thing under, because all of these things that are listed are called our legislative priorities, not those broad categories. Does that make sense? And some of them are tied to the broad category really carefully, and some of them are kind of loose. But I think I understand why, but just wanted some explanation of kind of how that process evolved and how we ended up where we did.
I think the goal was to not lose specific items that we have been currently working on, but also to keep it broad. Were there some that maybe, I mean, this is the discussion time. Would there be some that you would like to highlight?
No, I don't think there are any specific ones that I would highlight. I did appreciate that you had moved the one that was related to the apprenticeship programs up under the foundational literacy, because that felt like that's where that needed to go. And I think that was a change you made in executive committee. So I did appreciate that moving because it felt like it fit better there.
Right. Board Member Morrison, thank you. And I think that another good point that was made yesterday, and you'll see it underlined, but initially, the measure of success for excellent educators just focused on reducing the number of special education, which we know we have a disproportionate number of missing there, but we feel that all staffing vacancies are critical, and we did want to be careful in the wording, that last one of engagement with systems integration. You know, we're not data sharing information with everybody, but just trying to create a better transition for system-involved youth as they move from one system to another. Sometimes their educational records get lost in the transfer, and those children, then their education is interrupted because of that. And so trying to be very careful in how we word it. We're not just willy-nilly sharing their private information, but it's as they move from system to system, that making sure their records follow. So we wanted to make that very clear. Okay. Any other thoughts from the executive committee to help other board members understand our process?
Patty, I don't know if you would be willing to share, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I think this is important. Which, like, if there was one where you said, I kind of got to stretch to get there, would you be willing to say, like, which one, like one, just so I can understand a little better?
There were a few of them, so let me pick out one that really kind of struck me.
And to be honest, I was not very critical because I missed that session and I didn't want to undo other people's work, but I'd like to just understand a little better.
Probably the one that Elizabeth just mentioned with engagement. I had to really think about that in terms of engagement itself. And that's partly because when I think about engagement, I probably go to, I don't know if you want to call it lowest level or highest level, but I think literally about how our students engage in classroom settings, right? I certainly see the chronic absenteeism as being an important part of engagement, but that one I kind of had to say, okay, let me really think about how this fits. And I could make it fit, but it just took some thinking, maneuvering, I guess, on my part.
Yeah, I get it. I understand now. Because the more I look at it, I'm like, it could fit under foundational literacy if we're talking about that foundation and okay.
The only other comment I would make, and this is just editorial, and it's probably that I'm on this bandwagon. But the use of science of reading in our legislative priority language, I would prefer if we would change that from science of reading to evidence-based reading instruction. Again, just because as a department, that's the direction we're trying to go. And also because when people talk about science of reading, they get so focused on the phonics part of it that they think that's all it is. And I don't know if it's too late to make that editorial change or not, but that's just a comment, just for consistency.
I can, oh. Oh, go ahead.
So Patty, it's not too late to make that change. So we could, if you have an amendment that you'd like to put into writing, we can lay this on the table until you have that ready, and then we can take an amendment from you. Deb wanted to speak.
Oh, I just wanted to say I would support that amendment. I just, yeah, so, thank you.
All right, Patty, you're currently preparing that, so we'll just sit at ease until you're ready. So we're stopping and just standing at ease.
Well, I'm just wondering where, I don't see that terminology.
So
What
for those who are
document is it?
looking, yes, so for those who are looking for this, for board members who are looking, I'll just explain where it's located. On the agenda, it is item 7.1.A, Legislative Priorities Revised. That's in Spark. So it's the third document under 7.1.A. The section that board member Goebbels has suggested is the very first dot, foundational literacy. It states, improve literacy for all learners, especially those in pre-K and the earliest grades, through a focus on the science of reading, family and adult literacy strategies, job-embedded coaching, and enhancements to educator preparation programs. And so the phrase in question is through a focus on the science of reading. And so as soon as Board Member Goebbels has the amendment, we will move forward.
May I ask a question? I guess, I don't know the answer, and I'd love if a staff person or an expert could help me, but, I mean, a lot of things can be called evidence-based, and so does that take us away from where we really want to be, I guess? I mean, I said I would support it, but then after I thought about it, I'm like, I don't know the answer. Can somebody answer that for me?
Allison, could you come and explain to the board sort of the difference in the terminology between the science of reading and evidence-based? Thank you. And Patty, if you'll just hold your amendment while we have this explanation, that'd be great. Thank you.
Are there any of these bullets that you could take out to make it a one-pager?
Hello, Allison Denbesti, Academic Officer. And the question is the difference between the science of reading and evidence-based reading instruction. There are times that the two are used almost interchangeably. Evidence-based reading instruction, I think, is more widely accepted as being firmly grounded in research, in those practices which have been demonstrated to be successful in teaching students to read. Science of reading sometimes I think is used as an umbrella term that maybe doesn't get explicit enough for all of the components. As Director Goebbels mentioned, phonics seems to be a very big focus within science of reading. We really want to see all 5 components in evidence-based reading instruction that include phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, comprehension, and vocabulary. They're all essential for students learning to read. Does that answer the question?
So does it
help us reach our goals to use science or to use evidence-based?
If we were to be consistent with the wording from the most recent legislation, we would see evidence-based reading instruction.
Is one more grounded in, say, the neuroscience of how students acquire language? Or, I mean, like you said, sometimes they're used interchangeably?
I am sorry, I'm not able to answer that
okay.
specific question.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I think that you know, that we want to make sure that we really are following the research that's grounded in language acquisition. And so I appreciate the differentiation that you made for us. Thank you.
Does this open us up to, that people can come forward with other things that are considered evidence-based and take us away from where we really want to focus? Because there's a lot of evidence out there for whatever you want to find, and so I don't know. I just want to make sure that we're not creating a problem that we didn't intend to.
I appreciate the question, and I would be happy, with the board's permission, to maybe get a little bit more information and share that with the board. I do think what I see in reading, not necessarily reading only research, is the phrase science of reading, I think, can almost be viewed as a catchphrase. It's not as specific as evidence-based reading instruction or even all of the components that would comprise that. So I'd be happy to gather more information for the board.
I saw two more board members, so I'm going to go ahead and we'll go Jacqueline and then Sherry.
Okay, now I'm interested. So, if you were a student right now in college and you were learning, you were taking a course on how to teach children how to read, is there a book called The Science of Reading, and that's gonna kind of, it's a pedagogy of how to do something, or is that a broad term that encompasses a lot of research? And then the same with evidence-based, is that, I'm assuming that's a broad term that encompasses a lot of research as well. And so can you, if I was taking a class and there was a curriculum, what does the science of reading mean? What am I going to be learning?
First of all, you will find books with both titles, so I'm not sure that that's going to help. If you really are going to learn the practices that you will need to help students learn how to read, you need to be very well versed in phonemic awareness, which is the letter sounds, phonics, vocabulary, comprehension, and fluency. They're all essential for students learning to read. And when we use screeners and when we use diagnostic tests, we really can get very specific about what a student might need more supports in. And then when those interventions are aligned to what the student needs, that's when we see results.
So what's the category for those 6 or 5 or 6 things you just mentioned? How is that, what is it referred to?
When we hear the phrase science of reading, it should mean all of those 5, which is not to say that evidence-based reading instruction doesn't encompass it. I would say evidence-based reading instruction is actually a little bit broader term. But again, I'm happy to get more information for the board.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Could I respond?
Please.
I know I'm thinking ahead, because right now we're very focused on foundational literacy, and particularly for 4-year-olds through 3rd grade. But we've also acknowledged that we want this to include all students, all ages, and even into adulthood. And when you start thinking about the kinds of skills that readers need, even as they're getting foundational skills and they've moved past that, really to be effective readers, that's when they learn to use context cues, they learn text structures, and how to figure out the organization of text and all those things. That's not included in science of reading. That's included in evidence-based reading. And I guess that's why, for me, trying to make it more inclusive of those other kinds of reading skills becomes important.
Sherry had a comment.
Just a very quick response, because Deborah, I understand your concerns. 30 or 40 years ago, whole language was considered evidence-based. And I don't think that's very supported right now. So I understand and appreciate your concerns.
Thank you.
So the commissioner asked if he could speak on this too.
President Tegmeyer is being very kind because I said maybe I should ramble for a minute. And Allison did a very nice job of trying to protect me from myself, but to no avail. I have been very clear with our staff on we should not be afraid of the term science of reading. I believe the science of reading is clear. It may not be everything. And Patty, your last statement there regarding beyond the 4-year-old or pre-K through 3 emphasis that we have right now, it may not be encompassing enough. And I would tend to agree. What I don't want to do is get away from what has been working, and I'll use Mississippi as a primary example. Mississippi went from worst to first in the nation. I talked to Carrie Wright, who at the time was my colleague in Mississippi. She's now my colleague in Maryland. And she was very clear that the science of reading is what turned the tide in Mississippi. And so I'm not opposed to using evidence-based practices if it helps kids in Nebraska read. But I am convinced, based on the research we've done, that the science of reading will at least help us get started, and then maybe we need to broaden our perspective. But I also want to be a little bit narrow in how we approach this, because I think we have a dilemma that we need to address, and I'm worried about something that I was going to say we all do, that I do from time to time, and it's I'm going to take this narrow focus, and I'm going to be really goal-driven on accomplishing that goal. But then I'm going to think, well, maybe I could do this, and maybe I could do this, and I lose sight of what I was trying to accomplish. And I would really hope that we don't get away from our original goal, which is to improve student outcomes in reading. And I think by focusing in, at least initially, on the science of reading, that would be our best focus in accomplishing that outcome. Done with the ramble.
Jacqueline.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. And this is not me pushing against you. I'm just curious. We have some commas in the sentence through a focus on the science of reading, comma, family and adult literacy strategies, comma. Could we add the language Patty wanted and have them both in there? Would that settle this?
That gives me no heartburn. Oxford comma is my friend.
Just curious.
No, I mean, I'm fine with that. I guess my overall thought here is whatever language we choose, we just need to be consistent with it, right? And in some places we talk, like when we changed the position statement, we changed it, I think, to evidence-based reading. And then, in rule, it's science of reading. And like Allison said, some people use those two interchangeably, but some people don't. And so I think just so we all know how we've operationalized the term and what it means, that's what's important. I don't object to science of reading if that's really where we want to be at this point, but then let's always call it science of reading and not end up straying to calling it evidence-based. Or use them both, right? Whatever.
Yeah, I guess I think I've thought through this, and I would like to see the language. I mean, I will vote to support the language of science of reading. And part of me is just concerned that, you know, we're telling the legislature what our priorities are. And if we leave a window open for some other type of evidence-based, you know, learning opportunity, then I just wonder if we could be hurting ourselves. This is about priorities, and science of reading is the priority. So that's how I'm planning to vote. So even though I like this discussion, I think it was really important to bring it up. Thank you.
Lisa?
I too, with Deborah, appreciate the conversation. And keeping it science of reading, I'm okay with that. But I do like the idea in the comma section, adding evidence-based, because that to be aligned with what is in, what the legislature has put forth. So just to align those thoughts that they had, having both in there in different places maybe.
This will be my last comment about this. I was just thinking what Jacqueline was saying and Patty was saying. I don't know, here's an offering. Through a focus on evidence-based reading that includes the science of reading components. Does that do us any good? As a combination? Through a focus on evidence-based reading that includes the science of reading components. I'm just adding that. Maybe it muddies things.
Back to Patty.
I'm reflecting on the commissioner's comment because I do think it's really important to be laser focused, right? I think if you get to a point where it becomes too loose, then you lose your focus. And what we really need right now with the foundational literacy is the focus on the 5 elements. I think part of discussion around evidence-based versus of science of reading also came, and Allison, you can probably help me with this, but you know, a lot of organizations like Lexia developed letters. There are other organizations that developed something else. And almost all of those are pretty much science of reading, but there are a few I've seen that kind of are going beyond that a little bit to some other truly refereed journal true scientific research. Some of it's tied to the neurological studies about how language is acquired and how people read. But I'm fine with it either way. I just am looking for us to be consistent.
So thank you for that. I think that I want to point out that these are legislative priorities only for 2 years. And so as we as a state begin to tackle foundational literacy, we can definitely look to expand that to the upper grades. And you know, there's the conversation that there are kids in middle school and high school who still need that literacy focus, and so, but keeping that laser focus right now on this goal without making it too big. So we are still in the discussion phase of this motion. Is there any further discussion on 7.1.a?
I have no amendment.
I'm glad we just kept talking through this. So the motion is to adopt the revised state board's legislative priorities for 2025 through 27. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Yes. Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Penner? Goebbels?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to adopt the revised state board's legislative priorities for 2025 through 27 is adopted. Is there a motion on items 7.1.b?
Yes. I move to adopt revised proposed amendments to Board Operating Policy 1.06.
I'll second the motion.
It is moved and seconded to adopt revised proposed amendments to Board Operating Policy 1.06. Is there any discussion on the motion? Lisa?
I was just wondering, and this might not be appropriate, but as I was reading through this, I believe perhaps including something to reference public comment conduct. I don't know if the second paragraph is conducive to that or the first, but that's just what ran through my mind.
So I have a question. So there's a clause in there that says, if at any time persons appearing before the board exceed the time limitations set forth in this policy or become abusive or threatening in language or behavior, do you want something additional to that? That's in the first large paragraph?
For some reason,
It is at the bottom of that the first large paragraph says the published agenda of meetings.
Oh,
And then go down to the last two sentences.
That works. Thank you.
Okay, and that was in there previous, and we do read that before public comment.
Okay. Thank you for reminding me.
No, that's fine. There's a lot of policies.
I believe the change from 2 hours to 90 minutes was made by the executive committee. Could you just provide your rationale for why you're suggesting that change?
Jacqueline?
I'll take this one. So a couple of reasons. One, there was a legislative change that required public comment. And so we had the discretion previously to have it at a meeting or not. Now we are required to have it. And so in my opinion, we are actually increasing the amount of public comment we have over the year because we're having it at more meetings than we're required to. I think when we came up with the 2 hours, it was our way of, if I remember correctly, there was the AG's opinion and having some form of consistency, but there wasn't really a rationale as to why it was 2 hours versus 1 hour back then. And so I asked the committee at the time, since we were increasing public comments to all meetings, if they would consider going down to an hour. The committee was not necessarily comfortable with that level of decrease, and particularly because one of the concerns was if we go down to an hour and people are speaking for 5 minutes, would that then encourage the board to maybe start reducing people's times to 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and so without extending the 1 hour. And so I then asked if we could maybe compromise on 90 minutes. So the 90 minutes was a compromise between my request for an hour and the existing 2 hours, understanding that since we will be hearing comments at every meeting, in my opinion, we're not really taking the time away.
Thank you for that.
And it does say in the policy, we can always extend that time. So if we would have more than 18 people, 20 show up, just extend it, give everybody their full 5 minutes. One other change that, and this does then, Lisa, I think address your question, is that in the future, we're asking that persons who come to speak on that items, any matter within that agenda. So that the comments are more specific to the work of the board at that time. It helps direct our work. And then also when they come to speak in the future, we'll be asking them to state their name, their city, and their state. Just making sure that our public testifiers are Nebraskans. And that at least if they're coming from out of state, we know that they are from out of state. Any other comments on this operating chair?
Yes, may I? Just several comments on this. On the time, I personally support 2 hours because I think it's important to give our constituency the opportunity to speak. And for my district, it's not as far as District 7, Elizabeth, but mine come from quite a distance. And to think about them not getting here and not being able to speak is concerning to me. And are we as a board required to only have 9 board meetings a year, or is it 10? Isn't it 9 that we have to have? Oh, only 4. So if we would sometime go back to that, that's not very much. I don't foresee us doing that. I hope we don't go to 4. But I just would like to err on the side of providing opportunities for our constituents to speak here. I know we only had 3 speaking today, but we know that's not always the case. So that's my opinion. I would like to see it stay at 2 hours, actually.
Deb?
And thank you, Sharon. We did discuss that, the geography piece, but I guess, the common practice, for the Board of Regents is 30 minutes, and which is something I would advocate for, 30 minutes to an hour. And I think that is in part because we have so many other ways that people can communicate with us, and they do. And we certainly hear by email from a lot of people when there's something on the agenda. I feel like the public participation today is certainly an exception, but the public participation has been a lot of, candidates running for office, a lot of grandstanding. It's not been used in a way that's been productive, and I think that it will help that we are focusing on limiting testimony to items that are on the board agenda. But I also believe that we do give plenty of opportunities for people to have input, and there's a lot of really important work that needs to be done. And I just want to be able to use our time efficiently, which is why, I will support 90 minutes, but certainly feel like that's excessive. Thank you.
Any further comments or discussion on this motion?
I guess I'm just wondering, because for some reason, somewhere in the past, I think at an Open Meetings Act training, I heard someone reference that people could speak on any topic. It didn't have to be on that particular board agenda. And maybe that has changed since that training, but I don't want us to be in the position that we're narrowing that so much that then we're in violation.
Patty, I think you raise a really good question, and that would be a question that we would need to ask Deputy Commissioner Halstead. So when he returns, we can ask him that. My question is, for the board members, is there any more discussion on this item aside from the answering of Patty's question? We may need to table this and move to the next motion and then return. Okay. Any objections to laying this on the table and returning? Okay. So, yeah, Deb?
Well, I'll, maybe if I speak long enough, Brian will get here, but I just thought, I do want to clarify, I for sure believe that parent input is crucial to the work that we do. So by limiting it, I don't think that's what we're doing. I think there are still plenty of opportunities for parents to have. And the whole reason I've always been such a strong advocate for our local school districts having so much control is, I believe that is also another very important avenue for parents to have their voices heard. So this is, if our track record of our public hearings would have been different for the last 4 years, then I probably would have a different opinion, but you know, I'm just basing it on what my experiences have been for the last 4 years. So I wanted to explain that, and it worked. Brian is here.
Yes. So Patty, what I would, okay, can I have Patty repeat her question, and then we'll go to Brian Halstead, and then we'll come, yeah, so we can wrap that up.
Okay, so the suggested change in wording was to, let me find it here. First paragraph, yeah. To change it from any subject to the word matter, which is fine, within its authority, including items appearing on the agenda. And the suggestion is to strike within its authority. So my question was, I know sometimes in previous training on Open Meetings Act, and it's been a few years ago, but my interpretation of the Open Meetings Act based on that training was you could not limit people to talking only about items that are on the agenda.
So the Open Meetings Act allows every public body to have reasonable rules for public comment.
Okay.
There's no further definition of that,
Okay,
so.
that probably was an organization's particular preference as opposed to it being part of the law.
Every public body in Nebraska, and there are a lot of public
Yeah.
bodies, and it varies depending on which public body you're in front of, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Patsy?
Well, I believe that I heard that if there happened to be more people here that needed to express their ideas, that it was our option to change the time limit to meet the needs of the people who traveled to be here. And so I think we just need to take that in consideration as we've debated this now, and there's a way to change it at the meeting when you look out and see that the hall is full to extend the time.
Thank you, Patsy. Is there any further discussion on this motion? The motion is to adopt revised proposed amendments to the Board Operating Policy 1.06. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Penner, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Jones,
No.
6 yes, 1 no, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to adopt revised proposed amendments to Board Operating Policy 1.06 is adopted. Is there a motion on item 7.1.b?
Yes. I move to adopt revised proposed amendments to Board Operating Policy 1.10. Is that the right one?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? The motion is to adopt revised proposed amendments to Board Operating Policy 1.10. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Kojons,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner, Fricky,
Yes.
Jones, 7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to adopt revised proposed amendments to Board Operating Policy 1.10. Is there a motion on item 7.1.c?
Tegmeyer, yes. I move to adopt list of hearing officers for contested cases.
Second.
It is moved and seconded to adopt the list of hearing officers for contested cases. Is there any discussion on the motion? The motion is to adopt the list of hearing officers for contested cases. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner, Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to adopt the list of hearing officers for contested cases is adopted. Chair Patsy Kojons will report on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee reports the August 1st, 2024 meeting of the committee. Members present were Chair Patsy Kojons, Lisa Fricky, Patty Goebbels, and Sherry Jones. The committee reviewed 6 action items with NDE staff providing summaries and answering questions on all action items. The committee supports all 6 for full board consideration. Additionally, the committee reviewed an information item that involves the acceptance of the U.S. Department of Education's Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. This item will be brought to the September meeting as an action item. The committee discussed proposed 2025 through 27 biennial budget requests for the NDE, which is a discussion item for today's business meeting. Last, the committee reviewed the monthly board travel expenses, noting no concerns. This concludes the Budget and Finance Committee report. Patsy Kojons, Chair, with special thanks to my committee members.
Are there any questions on the Budget and Finance Committee report? Are there any questions on the reports in item 7.2.A? Is there a motion on item 7.2.B?
Madam President, I move to authorize the Commissioner to amend a contract to support the Child Care Resource Network.
Second.
It is moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to amend a contract to support the Child Care Resource Network. Is there any discussion on the motion? I have questions, if nobody else does. And since I'm not on the committee, that's probably why I have questions. I was wondering if Melody could come up.
I'm Melody Hobson. I'm the administrator of the Office of Early Childhood. What is your question?
Okay, so as I was reading through the documents that you provided, what I'm trying to understand is, so we are in this proposal, it's to examine the duplication of services between Step Up to Quality site, the Nebraska Early Childhood Professional Records System, which I'm assuming is also another website, or
Yeah, it's
some-
related. It's related.
Okay, and then the Child Care Resource Network. So can you explain, are these all databases that then, and we're worried that somehow we're duplicating? I was a little vague on what we would be looking for with this.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they are databases. They each were created for a different purpose. Some of the purposes overlap, but the Child Care Resource Network falls within the jurisdiction of what the Nebraska Department of Education Office of Early Childhood is required to do within our CCDF state plan. And because there is some duplication, because some of the stuff that we have in NECPERS and the Step Up to Quality site also includes childcare, a childcare search feature and childcare providers information, and that is what the CCRN does. Moving it to the Department of Education allows us to take a look at what is duplicated so that we can eliminate the duplication, and so that childcare providers who are a part of Step Up to Quality and who want their information on the CCRN don't have to do duplicated input and update. And so this is helping us to examine how can we best eliminate the duplication and keep this CCRN running, because it does serve a function that that is useful to the field and to families, and that we are required to do.
So can you help me understand, how does the Child Care Resource Network function differently than the Step Up to Quality?
Step Up to Quality is connected to the Nebraska Early Childhood Professional Development Record System, and the Step Up to Quality search site includes programs that are part of Step Up to Quality. CCRN, they can be a part of Step Up to Quality, or they don't have to be, they just have to be licensed. And it also includes like school age only, which Step Up to Quality does not.
Okay, and so that we're finding that there's some, I guess I'm just confused why we have so many different things going on here.
That's a very good question.
And that's what because with the Nebraska Early Childhood Professional Records System, and then we have the Child Care Resource Network. Is the goal then to not have so many?
So the goal really is to not have I'm trying to think of the right words, not to have as many systems, but have as much functionality as we have. What we're really looking at is trying to figure out how can we build possibly the same back end. And I have to say that I will use simplistic terms because that is my knowledge of, my husband's a programmer, not me. But the back end that has all of the workings of it, you can have different interfaces, which is for different purposes. But we don't need to be, hopefully that we won't need to be maintaining all of the different back-end systems.
Okay.
But we can have what people need and what people are looking for.
Okay. I think that helps me understand a little bit better. Yeah, so thank you. Any other questions?
I do.
Sherry.
So I was just reading in here that it said, it looks like the intent of CCRN was to make it a permanent resource for the state back in 2020.
It was created by a different, it was created with preschool development funds, and it was originally created to be, something that was stood up during the pandemic for especially first responders and frontline service providers, so that they could access childcare that was open at that time. There were people who realized, how useful it was, and then it was intended then to be maintained beyond PDG and beyond COVID.
Okay, so an additional question then is, can what's being provided by Step Up to Quality be accomplished through CCRN?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. Off the top of your head, what things wouldn't be able to be accomplished? I'm just
The
curious.
functions that include the functions that are outlined by state statute for Step Up to Quality, the professional record system, and the specific notations that are a little bit more robust for Step Up to Quality providers that they need to put in about their systems, about their programs.
Any further questions or comments? Thank you, Melody. The motion is to authorize the commissioner to amend a contract to support the Child Care Resource Network. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Yes. Fricky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner? 7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to amend a contract to support the Child Care Resource Network is adopted. Is there a motion on item 7.2.c?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the commissioner to contract a Step Up to Quality public engagement campaign.
I'll second the motion.
It is moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to contract for a Step Up to Quality public engagement campaign. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I will raise this, a comment that was that I brought up during our committee meeting. I just was wondering what the result would be of not doing this public engagement campaign. We talked about how do parents get information about child care resources, about preschools available. So we talked about some mechanisms that are in place already, or the ways that people get this information. And it looks like it would be, for over 4 years, $800,000. And I just questioned the necessity of this, I guess, personally, believing there are other ways that parents are accessing information. Those were just my thoughts and my comments during our committee meeting.
Patsy?
To add to that discussion about other means, I could go next door to my neighbor and ask if this preschool was okay. And they say, oh, yeah, it's just great. And then I enroll my child because I've talked to my neighbor or the person down the street, or there was an ad in the newspaper or whatever. And I think what this does is provide some surety that the places and people have been looked at by the proper authorities to evaluate their service and to support that it would be a good and safe place for kids.
Lisa, and then Deb, and then Jacqueline.
I think of this as an investment, not only for information to parents, but as I'm thinking about it now, some leaders don't understand the importance of this subject. And so I think it lets everybody, reminds people how important early childhood care is. But even more than that, the parent component, I think, is really important. And anytime we can get in front of the public the facts of what's needed, the facts about what is available in mass, is a good investment.
Deb, and then Jacqueline.
Actually, both Patsy and Lisa said it better than I can. But I do feel like we have an ethical responsibility to make sure that there is productive information out there, because we do live in an age where there is so much misinformation, and how people get their information is not always through sources that are productive for making sure that there is a strong education philosophy out there. So I do think this kind of campaign is important.
Jacqueline, did you still want to comment?
Yes. couple of things. Did the committee discuss whether this was the first time that we had engaged in such a campaign for this particular program?
Lisa?
I don't think it came up yesterday, but I think in the past meetings, saying this is coming to the board, I believe it's the first time they've done an all-inclusive campaign for something like this to give information to parents.
So-
But I might be wrong. No, it's not the first time. Okay, never mind.
So some of the questions I probably would have asked if I were in that committee meeting is, what have we done in the past? Because this is not a new program, and so this has existed. How have we been successful reaching people in the past, and what means were most productive? How have we kind of done our research to see what the need is for this particular campaign? Is there an idea that there's always a continuing stream of new parents that need this information? And so then is there specific targeting that's being done to a particular part of the population? If we did an engagement in the past, did we have any measures of, was it successful? How many people did it reach? And information like that to see kind of how we determine that there's this new need. And then some other things, I kind of think of, what's the best way to reach a parent about a step up to quality is you make every daycare or childcare center hand them a paper, that enrollment form, right, when I show up and say this is some information about this program and where we are. So just wondering, again, what's already in place for those childcare providers to have to disclose about where they are in this program and who they are, because the best way to meet a parent is where they're going, which is the childcare center. So I'm just curious kind of how detailed the committee got into this discussion, what you guys gathered before bringing this to the full board.
I will go to the Budget and Finance Chair, Patsy, and then Patty, if you want to add some.
All right. That I just personally, as a board member, had one experience with this. I mean, I think there needs to be, and probably Melody would answer all these questions better than we would, but Step Up to Quality could and should provide information for parents about childcare and preschools that is validated to be safe and valuable for children. And you can do all of that in an ad in a newspaper, or asking a question. You could say, oh, it was an ad in the newspaper that this particular program did these things. But somehow it has to be validated so that I know that it's the truth. And you can say things and put things in advertisements and all that sort of thing. And I had a pretty difficult experience with a parent who believed something and then found out later, as her child attended this place, that it wasn't the truth. So I think we need to have some kind of rails to determine what is the truth and to support it. Now, I can't answer all of your questions. There's too many of them, but I do know that I have dealt with this as a board member, and that validation needs to be required somehow. Melody, would you be willing to come up or do I need to go to Patty next?
I think I'd like to hear from Patty.
Okay.
Because Jacqueline's question was to the fellow board members. And then.
Okay, yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Fine.
I would request that Melody. That's what I was going to say.
That is fine. I just wanted to give you that opportunity. Jacqueline?
Can I say one more thing? One other thing, I'm looking at the source of funds, and it says the source of funds are the Federal Child Care and Development Fund. So I'm believing that these are federal funds that are specific to doing a certain thing. And so I'm interested to hear, is how limited that funding is. Is this what we have to do, or is this what we decided to do with those funds?
So at this time, we would ask for Melody Hobson to come back up. And Melody, could you pull the microphone a little closer? I found it a little difficult. I think I was mostly hearing you, not the mic. Thank you.
Okay, again, I'm Melody Hobson, Administrator of the Office of Early Childhood, and the short answer is yes. But I probably should have led with this yesterday, but within the statutes of Step Up to Quality that authorize the program, part of the purpose is to provide, I think the actual wording is, provide parents with information about high-quality early childhood programs. What are the components of quality? And this is one of the things that the public engagement campaign does. There's a lot of it that's aimed towards families. What do they look for? What's evidence? And sometimes that's done through some kind of direct things, but sometimes it's also, there are some media campaigns, there are some things with providers specifically that that allows them, helps them to go out and look at get information to their local paper. And one of the most recent ones was, I think it was in Broken Bow. There was a really nice article in the Broken Bow paper about a provider that has just reached Step Up to Quality, Step 5, which is the highest level. And it talked a little bit about what does that include? What does it, how do they show that they are a quality program? So, it's both required in state statute, but also within the Child Care and Development Block Grant Fund, the quality set-aside dollars that we get. Part of that is to make sure that families have good information, that child care providers have good information, and that it's consistent with the information that we have, the requirements that we've completed for the state plan, and then with our agreement then with HHS, because the money goes from the federal HHS to the state HHS and then to us at NDE.
Jacqueline.
Oh, so some of the questions that I was just curious about is what has been done in the past?
Mm-hmm.
How did you determine success for those campaigns, the outreach, and then how is this the same versus different from what we've learned?
So what we've done in the past and what we expect with this contractor is that we do a couple of measures, and some of them are the number of impressions that the number of clicks that people when they open up information from Step Up to Quality in social media. That is all tracked. Then ultimately, the final is, are we having a growth in Step Up to Quality programs? So they have 3 or 4 measures. Some of them do we have additional programs entering Step Up to Quality? We have additional people in the NECPERS professional record system because if you are in Step Up to Quality, you're required to have your staff in the professional record system. So we look at that. We look at the impressions from social media. We look at the number of like local media, stories, things like that. So there are a number of different criteria that we are looking at to ensure that this is actually doing what we expect it to be doing.
So can you share with the board what the past results were, say, with something like impressions from social media?
I can get that to you. I don't have them memorized because I just don't have them memorized. But I can tell you what we've reported in the past for other purposes, and that what we've gotten. Yeah, I can get that to you.
Unfortunately, by saying I can get it
I
to
know,
you, we
I
need
know.
that information because we're voting on it. And I
know.
guess this has happened in the past where we've asked questions and it's like, well, I'll get it to you, but then we have to move on and vote on this
That's true.
item. And I think that's something maybe specifically that Jacqueline's wondering, and I'm wondering too, because an $800,000 investment in public outreach or public engagement is a significant amount of money, whether it's coming directly from the Nebraska General Fund or from federal money, it's still taxpayer money. And so I guess in general, Commissioner, note this, I'm concerned that when we need information, I'm not picking on you, Melody, and I understand that we don't memorize every jot and tittle, but I think board members, I'm hearing this raised a lot, like what are the results? What is the efficacy of this program? We're wanting to hear that the money that we are investing and the resources are having an effect. And without that, I feel unable to render an adequate vote when it's my turn to vote on these things. I think I'm concerned because it is a significant amount of money, and yet I also believe from a marketing perspective, $200,000 per year is so insufficient. I don't know that it's going to actually reach people, and so I think we're spending a lot of money, but it's not going to have a big effect. I remember several years ago, I was talking to my predecessor several back, board member Molly O'Halloran, and she said, well, did you ever look at the homeschool resources we have on the NDE website? And I was like, I had no clue they were even there. And I feel like that's my concern, is that we're going to be spending what is to many Nebraskans, not in state budget, is it typically felt like 200,000 is a lot of money, but to many Nebraskans, to many Americans, 200,000 is a lot of money. And I don't know that it's going to have the significant impact since we don't have the data from past engagement campaigns. Deb.
I appreciate this discussion and the questions that we're asking, because this is a significant amount of money, and we do have a responsibility to make sure that we're being good stewards of tax dollars. I guess on the other hand, though, I also want to just say that, part of what I'm assessing in this is, the track record that this early child program has, that I've been watching for 15 years. Prior to my even being on the State Board of Education, I worked on poverty issues in the nonprofit arena, and the early childhood awareness and information didn't even exist back then. And I've seen the impact that this department has and has had statewide. And when I hear state senators, talking about the importance of early childhood education and, wanting to fix the, the salaries of the people working in this field, and I mean, your track record is impeccable, and I can't even believe all that you've achieved in the amount of time. And so when Melody rarely isn't able to answer a question, but if it does come up, I feel like there is the big picture of the successes that have occurred. And so I do have to have a little bit of faith on the people that are working on the front lines. And I mean no disrespect in anything that you said, but I really felt like it needed to be said, because I think that the effort in this state and focused on early childhood education has been incredible, and I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Okay. I did not see the order because I was watching Deb and listening to her. Lisa?
Thank you for sharing what you did, Deborah. I appreciate that. And I just want to ask Melody, from the past campaign, you're saying that we had great results. how is the new campaign even better than the last campaign?
Sorry. In many ways, it's a continuation of what we've done and what we've known has worked, but it's also looking at how, how is it different now? Because now we have some additional incentives for providers. The campaign now can look at making sure that providers understand the new incentives, the tax credit that just is within the last month, people have been eligible to apply for. And so it's based on what the success has been, but a relationship that helps us to give them information, and then they can alter what they need based on what we've heard in the past.
And a follow-up question to that. I think there have been instances where NDE, your department, has even reached out to help like parochial schools. And so it's not just our public schools that will benefit, it's all schools in Nebraska for this campaign. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, we'll have Patsy and then Patty.
I won't take long, Patty, I promise. Okay. All right. Melody, how long has Step Up to Quality been in existence?
It has been actually operational for 10 years.
And has it continued to develop and be better as you've worked on it?
Yes.
Okay.
We did a revision. Timing was bad because we had a pandemic, but we did a revision a couple of years ago, and those revisions were finalized and implemented in the last couple of years, and we've seen a lot of growth.
Okay. As an educator who didn't work with early childhood, work with the other end, but I have the ethos of Step Up to Quality. What would you say if you were rating it?
The whole purpose is, well, the statute is to provide accountability for state and federal dollars, but it's also to provide resources to providers so that they can achieve a higher level of quality, so that they understand what quality looks like, and that they have the tools to be able to do that, and then also for parents to be able to understand what quality looks like.
Okay, some key words in there that you've said to the board that I think that we've circled around now about is accountability for federal dollars. And that is obviously why this program exists, because
I should have said federal and state dollars.
yeah, you did say state.
Okay.
I agree, you did, and I want both of them to be accountable for the dollars. Okay, and then the other thing you said is information that's needed for parents to make good decisions about their children. And for me, that puts a balance in here that says we want to do a new campaign and improve it anymore, then the federal dollars are well spent for our children. That investment is, as Lisa said.
Patty.
My question, I think, really is an addition to Patsy, both some of what you said and Lisa, what you said, because as I've been sitting here listening, the question that comes to my mind is, what's in the broad, general, ultimate goal? What is the importance of having this campaign again? I mean, what is the ultimate outcome for early childhood, for the state of Nebraska, for early literacy, for whatever, however you see that, but.
The goal is that all children will have access to high-quality environments that allow them to flourish, to grow to their potential, to be to be the best that they can be prepared to enter school so that they can make the most of what we get in K-12. That families have the services that they need so that they can, if they need or choose to work, that they can do that without having to sacrifice or without having to be worried that their children are not in a safe or enriching environment.
Jacqueline?
So I don't know why we do this as a board, but it's inevitable. I don't think anyone here is questioning whether Melanie does a great job. I think she does an amazing job, and I think of all the Indy staff members that have sat at that table, she's probably the one I've questioned the least amount, and that I've voted for everything she's brought before us. So I don't think it's a question of, is she trustworthy? Does she do a great job? I don't think it's a question of whether Step Up to Quality is a great program or whether it's important or whether we have to be accountable. I think there are very specific questions about this item that people on the board have. And so we don't have to get into trusting people to do their job, whether we think they can do their job, whether we need to defend the program, defend her, defend this. It's not that. This is a line item that when this board is scrutinized or when people are asking where their taxpayer dollars are going, that someone's going to say, and they spent almost $1 million on a public campaign. What was that for? We have to be able to defend what we voted for. And if there's more information that people want to be able to defend that vote whenever we're scrutinized on our budget or what we're spending money for, because this is something that's easy targets for people. People aren't going to say, oh, they spent $1 million on a literacy program. No, they're going to say, this is the subject that's most likely to get scrutinized. So being able to understand that and say, no, this was a really important thing because it's doing this and it's doing that and it's shown results, that just helps us later. So I don't know why that's a problem to get the information we need to be able to then help tell the story in the future. That's all this is about. And I think we sometimes want to rush to people's defense, the person, rather than think about how do we defend the department in the future for these purchases. So I'd hope that we can try to remain focused on that and understand it's helping us to help you in the future.
Sherry. Sherry and then Patsy, because Sherry hasn't spoken, so I'm trying to go around.
Okay. And Melody, I should probably know this, and this maybe isn't a good follow-up because it has nothing to do, but I appreciate your questions. But I was wondering, is Step Up to Quality a federally developed program, or is it a private program that somebody owns?
It is a state program. We are one of about 41 states, I believe, that have a quality rating and improvement system. But Step Up to Quality is unique to Nebraska based on and responsive to Nebraska legislation.
So owned or managed by the state?
It is, owned by or managed by the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services and the Nebraska Department of Education. We each have a role in it.
Thank you.
Patsy?
Well, the person that I wanted to answer the question for just left the room, so perhaps I'll tell her later. But I just want you to know, board members, that I don't feel like people were defending the ethos of Melody Hobson, okay, during all of this. I don't think that's needed. It's the program that has the reputation for good quality material for parents and for the state of Nebraska, and something that we should be proud of.
Okay. And so I'm not questioning Step Up to Quality. I've voted for it in the past. I'm questioning, like Jacqueline said, almost $1 million in a public engagement campaign. And that's the item, that's the motion. We're not putting Step Up to Quality to the test or on the chopping block. We're just saying, do we want to move forward with almost $1 million public engagement campaign based on the information we have. And so that's where my questions and concerns come from. Is there any further discussion?
I'm ready to vote.
Well, I'm just asking if there's any discussion on the motion. Thank you, Melody. I do need to ask a question. Ryan, Jacqueline stepped out. Do we need to wait?
Let's wait.
You don't have to.
I don't have to,
You don't have to.
but I do prefer to.
Then just stand at ease until she returns.
Okay, we've been doing a lot of standing at ease today. This is an unusual board meeting.
Then you really should, unless you want to continue to discuss this.
Okay. I don't think we want to continue to discuss, so we will stand at ease, and so we will not engage in any more discussion, either as a group or individually about this. So stay close, please. Do not leave the room unless it's an emergency. All right, we are no longer at ease. We're back to the board. And the motion is to authorize the commissioner to contract for a Step Up to Quality public engagement campaign. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
No.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Penner, Goebbels,
Yes.
Jones,
No.
Fricky,
Yes.
5 yes, 2 noes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to contract for a Step Up to Quality public engagement campaign is adopted. Is there a motion on item 7.2.d?
Yes, President Tegmeyer. I move to authorize the commissioner to grant funds to eligible providers to administer the College Pathway Program Act.
Second.
Is moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to grant funds to eligible providers to administer the College Pathway Protection Act. Is there any discussion on the motion? The motion is to authorize the commissioner to grant funds to eligible providers to administer the College Pathway Program Act. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison, Penner, Goebbels,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to grant funds to eligible providers to administer the College Pathway Program Act is adopted. Is there a motion on item 7.2.e?
I move to authorize the commissioner to contract for the cost of services to work with youth and young adults at risk of or experiencing homelessness.
I'll second the motion.
Is moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to contract for the costs of services to work with youth and young adults at risk of or experiencing homelessness. Is there any discussion on this motion? Whose motion is this? No. I actually have some questions for our staff, and I don't know who to call up. Can someone help me? Is it Ann Carmody?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi.
I'm Ann Carmody. I am the McKinney-Vento State Coordinator.
Okay, thank you for coming up. Ann, what data do we have to support the effectiveness of this program?
We have the program from the Central Plains Services. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
They have data for you. they did not give us any. They have been doing this for over 20 years in their programs for supporting youth and experiencing homelessness through a variety of programs. They have an Opportunity Passport program teaching kids financial literacy, and then they help match savings accounts for them. They're going to provide housing assistance, transportation assistance, but I don't have any data for you on the effectiveness.
So I would assume that the long-term goal of this program that I'm looking at is to improve graduation rates, which then help set the student up for success as an adult. So do we have any information on how student involvement in this program helps them improve their graduation rates?
I do not have that data for you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item? Patsy?
And one of the things that you brought forward in our meeting was also, I thought, an important part of this, important component of this program, and that is that families are not separated.
Correct.
By this program. This program keeps the family together. They don't say, well, this money only goes for the child, this service only goes for the child. They keep their families together. The family is still a unit. And so I just wanted the board to be aware of that, because the homelessness separates children from their families most often. And that I don't know what data they have to say, that's printed about that either, but I thought that was a really important element to bring forward to the board.
Sorry, another question that Patsy's comments prompted in my mind. So can you explain to me what the $350,000 would be used for?
So the $350,000 would be used for Central Plains to hire more of their coaches. Currently, they have 33 coaches across the state who go to the youth, to the schools, and work with them on all the different programs. So part of their funding would be to hire additional employees to reach more children. We've put a focus goal the last few years on identification for kids experiencing homelessness or who are at risk. So now we have a higher number than we have in the past, and our goal was, well, now what are we going to do for them? So as part of their funds will be used for that. They're also able to assist with emergency short-term housing, hotel, motel stays. They are able to help with transportation, which is a huge thing. Central Plains Services stood out to us because they are throughout the entire state. They are not just Lincoln, Omaha based. That transportation in rural areas is very challenging when there's no public transportation, so they can help with that. They also do early childhood interventions for parenting youth, so kids who are still in high school but are also parents, giving them opportunities for daycares, giving them opportunities for just education of being a young parent. That we have, and then all just assisting with emergency medical bills that come up. So they kind of just really help them navigate all the systems that are available to them and try to prevent any further homelessness.
Lisa? And then Sherry. Oh, Sherry, I'm sorry.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Lisa. Go, you're good.
Well, my thing, there. Thank you for coming up to answer questions. What I'm thankful for is that you and the department identified this need, and there are more people that need the help. And so that's a no-brainer for me. If these homeless people need help and identified more because of the work that you do, I think we should help. And there's so many things, even more than what you stated just now, that you talked about yesterday in committee. So I think this is really important. Homelessness you don't always know which students are homeless. They kind of hide it. And by the time you find out, you want resources to help them. And, well, not only them, but their families as well. So thank you.
I just wanted to recognize that Central Plains did give us very detailed information about the services, and I appreciated that, so I can vote with more confidence, seeing what they actually do. And I believe, Ann, looking at my notes, I believe we did ask for data in the future that we presume that they have it after 29 years, but we would like to see some more data in the future about what these services are doing, such as graduation rates, and I believe we mentioned that.
Yes, and I would be more than happy to give the board
Yes.
an update after some time that
Yes.
they have a chance to implement this with these additional funds and see from where they were functioning to where they are functioning now with this additional support. So I'm
Yes.
more than happy to give the board updates over the next few years as we implement this.
Yes, so I want to make the board, let them know that we did mention that in our discussion yesterday. That is, data is important, so thank you. Thank you, Ann.
I'm sure that if you ask for the data, it will be there. The other thing that I wanted to reiterate was 20 years. And the other thing that I wanted to make the board aware of is both rural schools and urban schools. So this program just doesn't focus on big cities, and having taught in both rural and urban, and I made it clear to my committee that there is homelessness in rural schools. It's a little more secretive and harder to diagnose, but it's there. And so I think that makes it all the more important that they've realized that that's significant, and they're helping with that as well.
Yes, and that's what we've heard from more of our rural areas of they have one family or they have 5 kids. They don't necessarily qualify for the McKinney-Vento grant, but they want to know how can they help those families, help those kids when they don't have a huge need, but they still have a need. And this was a great opportunity for us to be able to then provide them with resources outside of the districts who do get the McKinney-Vento grant that have designated liaisons and designated shelters and resources.
Patty?
Yeah, I would just say that reading through the information that Central Plains provided, it's clear with not only the longevity of their existence, but with the enormity of the kinds of services they provide, that they know what they're doing, right? I was really impressed by that. And just as the example that you shared in committee, they try and help homeless children learn financial literacy.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a program where if the student earns a certain amount of money, then it is more than matched for them to buy a vehicle.
4 times.
4 times.
4 times. So if a student is able to save $2,000, the passport program provides them $8,000. So in total, they would have $10,000 to try to obtain a vehicle of their own.
Any further discussion on this item? Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
The motion is to authorize the commissioner to contract for the costs of services to work with youth and young adults at risk of or experiencing homelessness. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Penner? Fricky?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to contract for the costs of services to work with youth and young adults at risk of or experiencing homelessness is adopted. Board members and staff, we will go through items 7.2F and 7.2G, and then at which time we will have a lunch break before we discuss the biennial budget. Just a heads up. Is there a motion on item 7.2.F?
Yes, Madam Chair. Okay. I move to authorize the commissioner to accept funding from the USDE Gear Up and enter into contracts and subawards.
I'll second the motion.
It is moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to accept funding from the USDE Gear Up and enter into contracts and subawards. Is there any discussion on this motion? The motion is to authorize the Commissioner to accept funding from the USDE Gear Up and enter into contracts and subawards. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Penner, Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the Commissioner to accept funding from the USDE Gear Up and enter into contracts and subawards is adopted. Is there a motion on item 7.2.g?
Yes, Madam President. I move to authorize the Commissioner to contract to administer the textbook loan program.
I'll second the motion.
It is moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to contract to administer the textbook loan program. Is there any discussion on the motion? The motion is to authorize the Commissioner to contract to administer the textbook loan program. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Kojons,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Penner, Fricky,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Morrison, Goebbels,
Yes.
6 yes, 1 no, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the Commissioner to contract to administer the textbook loan program is adopted. At this time, the board will recess until 12:45. Okay. The board will reconvene. Agenda item 7.2.H is the biennial budget review. And I would ask Jen to come up. So just so board members know, in lieu of an extra work session yesterday, Jen is going to present during our full board meeting.
Good afternoon, Brian Halstead.
Jen Udemark with the Office of Budget and Grants Management. We're going to go ahead and,
Is it sharing?
can you hear me better? Okay. Let's do this. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to join you today to talk about the 25-27 biennial budget, which we will be submitting come, let's see, September. It's coming up faster than I'm ready for. The first thing I wanted to talk about a little bit was just to kind of better define a little bit about biennial budget. The state of Nebraska utilizes a biennial budget to provide us appropriations, like to the agencies, like the Department of Education. The biennial budget is split into 2 fiscal years, and so the first start of the biennium is on July 1st of the odd number years. So the start of our next biennium will be July 1st of 2025. In the upcoming legislative session, we will have, Nebraska will enact a budget for the fiscal years 2025 through 2026 and 2026 through 2027. What you have in front of you right now is essentially a summary of the, I'd say, typical milestones that occur leading up to the adoption of a biennial budget. The first 3 are internal processes. So today, what we do is kind of provide to you the opportunity for input and then discussion. Next month, the state board will authorize the commissioner to submit this biennial budget. And then in October, we'll come back again with another action item that allows you to submit the deficit request. These are any changes that occur in our current fiscal year. After that, in the start of January, the governor then will present appropriation recommendations at the State of the State address. These would be the governor's recommendations for any biennial budget issues. And then in February and March, we will attend the Appropriation Committee education hearing. And this is where the commissioner then has that opportunity to provide NDE's priorities and speak on those. In May, this is when the mainline budget bill is passed by legislature, and then we know what appropriations we have starting that July. The next, I just wanted to stop for a second to look at the components of a biennial request. So the baseline for future funding always starts with our current appropriations, and then we build from there. So right now, our 24-25 appropriations are what we utilize to build from any additional requests. We also add to that then those additional requests, they're also known as issues, and these can be for a new initiative or an existing program, but we would have some additional requests. Those together then make up the 25-27 biennial budget request. What I have for you now is kind of just a couple charts and graphs over the next few slides. These are highlighting our base budget. Our total appropriations are $2.1 billion for 24-25, and this one is by program. So what this means is when we receive our appropriation, we receive it through 6 program buckets. Education aid, education administration, vocational rehabilitation, disability determinations, deaf and hard of hearing, and blind and visually impaired. Out of those 6 buckets, you can see by the green, the 93% is education aid. The remaining 5 buckets then is the 7%. We're going to take that same appropriation level, the $2.1 billion, and just look at it from a different just a little bit different angle. This one is by expenditure. So NDE has two expenditure types, flow-through aid and operations. The flow-through aid is 93% of that base budget. And flow-through aid is what NDE receives and then distributes that to aid to school districts, schools, ESUs, clients, and other educational entities. We will distribute this aid through different formats. It could be state aid like TIOSA. It could be grants, which could be formula, competitive, discretionary, or we could do it through a contract. The other portion, which is 7% of our appropriations, is for operations. That is to administrate the department, administrate our programs, administrate the services we provide, and then also our centralized services. So centralized services could include HR, legal, my area, budget and grants management, also all the technology services that we have as well. Expenditures you would see through this area would be salary, the majority is salary and benefits. We also have rent, contractual services, supplies, equipment, the typical type expenditures. All those are to provide the programs. The last view, again, still is the 2.1 billion, but it's important to note on the left, that's the flow-through aid, the 93%. On the right is the operations, the 7%. But when we look at how they're funded, there are 4 types of funding. There's the state general funds, there's the cash funds that are collected for or appropriated to us for a specific purpose. There's also federal funds through our federal grants, and we also have the revolving fund, which is utilized for us to pay interagency billings. But when you look at the two, flow-through aid and operations, the flow-through aid is 66% generally funded through our state's revenues. The operations that we have here is over 60% funded by federal revenues. So it is important to know what's supporting our state and what is supporting our operations internally. That's kind of overview of the base. So now we're going to kind of go into the area that provides some input and some discussion. So what you have in front of you are these additional proposed requests that we have. We've identified 7 operational requests and 1 aid request. I have a slide for each of these that I'm just going to go through, provide a few minutes for you to look at the slide, and then provide any input or discussion. Oh my gosh. It's not expected. I'm just going to keep going here because I think yes. Thank you, Ryan. So the first slide that we have here is an operational request for IT platforms and software. It's an ask for additional funds for contractual services, just high level. It has essentially 4 vendors that help support modernized technology environment. I will just give you a few seconds here to read through. Please provide any discussion or any input you would like to on this request.
So it says federal grants funding expired. So this was funded previously through federal, and now we're asking the state to do that?
Yes.
If you remember, and I know you do, some of the ESSER set-aside dollars were utilized for what we call data modernization, because there's a number of improvements that we've been trying to do. And obviously, if you recall your discussions, there's been have we asked the legislature for it? And the answer has always been yes, we have. And once again, we're here with a proposed budget issue for you to comment on about the state funding some of our systems and data systems and those types of items. So it's a state responsibility, not using federal funds for the information that you're all using today, all of the stuff we're connected to right at the moment, all of the data systems, like for exempt schools, for school finance, for all of that, that's part of this budget issue. We don't have enough funding right now for all of the data needs and data support needs and all the software programs that we utilize.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the second request. It is early childhood integrated data systems. This is a request for eKids support for 2 permanent staff members. I think yesterday we had some discussion that, you know, what we have with early childhood is lots of data within the state. And the data is all, you know, all over at DHHS. It's here. We would like, or I shouldn't say we, our ISS, our Information System and Services Office would really like the opportunity to work with early childhood and bring this all into a technology that allows us to utilize the data better, to be able to make informed decisions, to pinpoint interventions, and be more proactive within our environment.
So are these information systems and service staff or early childhood or both?
These would be the information system and services staff.
Okay, thank you.
Help to build and develop it, and then maintain it afterwards. Okay, operational request number 3 is a request for a staff member for an information security specialist, essentially for the day-to-day operations for cybersecurity. We currently work with OCIO to help us with these cybersecurity elements, audits, required reporting that we have to do on our security. But what we don't have is that internal day-to-day support for these increased. There was a mention in Forbes in 2018 that all data has been created in the last 2 years. This is where we really have the need to protect the investment we've already invested in, but also to simply be able to provide the services and carry the data, utilize the data, make it better accessible, and make it more informed for, say, evidence-based decisions. Okay, I'm going to move on to operational request number 4. This is a request, essentially it's through 2 of our offices, data management and application development, and also coordinated district and school support. This is for 2 permanent staff members to support the teacher qualified payment system that they are looking to establish and integrate. More and more, we are now we have many, many grants that are being asked of us through state dollars. I'm just looking at the 2 systems that's been identified here, teacher recruitment and retention, Teach in Nebraska Today. These are both state-funded grants. What we don't have is the platform to help deliver them, meaning they're running right now off of surveys, emails, and manual efforts. They would like a system that allows them to collect the applications, to be able to see where that status of the application is, and then also to be able to make payment as well. Essentially streamlining the processes, better customer satisfaction, but also increasing our operational excellence. Okay, I'm going to move on to number 5. This is increased funding for priority schools. Is for contractual services. We talked a little yesterday about just identifying that this program was established in 2015. We have some state requirements, we have federal requirements. We initially started out with 3 priority schools. Depending if you're looking at federal or state data, we now have this identified need that's up to 80 to 90 schools. We don't have additional funding since then. There's also been a reduction of the $150,000, so they're asking to just become whole with at least where they were at. Any questions for this one?
This one should look familiar to some of the board members because this has been an issue for the last 2 biennium budgets that you've approved being submitted that the legislature didn't fund before. This is ongoing work, so this issue isn't a new biennium budget issue. It's just framed for where we are currently at the moment.
There is some support that we do provide through our general funding. It's not, we also use some federal support as well through Title I dollars. But like, it's what Brian said. This has been a priority need for probably 3 years that we have went to legislature and not been able to receive the support that essentially we're kind of saying at this point, we do spend $11.7 million to assess and identify what our students need, where they're at. But what we're looking for is to be able to provide these supports to the educators, to the schools, to do better and be better. But this is the element that we have not received the funding on to be able to really support the needs of the school districts and the schools.
How much are we spending now?
I would not have that dollar amount on me today. I would have.
We can get you the actual
can
breakout of
provide-
what is being used for school improvement and all of that. Shirley, if
Shirley
Shirley's
might
here, she
actually
might
know
know
it.
that off the top of her head, but.
Yeah.
Again, what the legislature initially appropriated in 2014, they clawed that back in 2017 when the state was in a budget deficit, and they clawed it back twice, so they took back everything they gave us initially to do for the accountability and school improvement work, and we've been trying to, since that time, get more state funding for it. We've not been very successful on that, but we can get you the actual breakout. Absolutely.
Well, I'm just curious about our approach, because I can see the legislature, it's like almost shooting yourself in the foot, right? If you're doing it and you're finding a way to pay for it, and then you go and ask them for money, they're gonna say, well, you're doing it, how are you paying for it? And so, but on the other hand, we don't have, even what we have now is not enough. And so I wonder how we're telling that story about we're making this ask, but it's not, it's like either we're making this ask so that we can take the funding that we are putting toward it with currently using to put towards something else because something else is being deprived, or we're asking for this funding because the money that we have is not going far enough. And so we need supplemental funds. But I could see if we're just saying, you had it, we don't have it now, we want it back, if I were a legislator, I'd have some more questions. So just wondering how we're telling that story, because I think it's important. I think we don't have enough, but without knowing more, I don't know how we advocate for ourselves.
Yeah, and I think there's both. We're more informed with data today than we were in 2015. Federally and through the state, there's a lot more efforts and data that we're able to utilize, as well as the substantial increase of those schools that have been identified. But yeah, I agree. I think we need to tell that story.
Lisa has a question.
Especially realizing you've identified more issues, and we have the 3 priority schools, but we also have, 76 schools needing improvement, and costs have increased, and everything else. I just think that this is an investment, and however we can sell it to the legislature, I don't know if we can help in any way. I'm not sure how that would work. I know you're working your best to get this, but they need to realize you can't use the same dollars 25 years ago. 15 years ago doesn't go as far as the need today. And I'm just frustrated with that. And I'm glad you're working on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to operational request number 6. This is increased funding for statewide assessment. They have undergone an RFP process just as recently as this week, trying to identify the costs that are associated. There is an increase, essentially, as you said, contractual increase of $1 million. And I guess I'm thinking, do you have any more details that would be? Okay.
I think the committee members in planning and evaluation may have received some information on this as it's been going along. The RFP was out, and I believe they've reviewed all of the proposals and all of that. I don't know where we are on the next steps for selecting the vendor, but I'll defer to the commissioner or to Planning and Evaluation Committee as to the greater details on this one.
May I mean, I think we'll be hearing next month. The selection is on the horizon, the near horizon, so we will know by next month. Am I correct?
I think that's accurate, and the only thing I would have added to that is there will be a substantial increase over what we've paid in the past for assessments.
Okay. The last operational request is, this is asking for increased funding. It's for contractual services for the Nebraska statewide workforce and educational reporting system. It's NSERS. I had someone tell me it's like answers with an N, because I struggle to remember this acronym, but this essentially has, this one's a little bit,
You want me?
please, yes, this one's,
So Answers is a collaborative operation from the Department of Education, the University of Nebraska, the 3 state colleges, and the 6 community colleges. It started out as trying to build the P16 data system so that you could have the data on all of the students as they move through the Nebraska public education system. It also has an agreement with the Nebraska Department of Labor, because that's where all the workforce data. In 2020, NSERS got created in statute, although it was not funded by the legislature, and NSERS got philanthropic communities to fund the building of NSERS. We, if you remember correctly, the board approved using ESSER set-aside dollars to pay our portion of the costs for NSERS, that the groups all agreed we'd have to start paying for this. It can't be done by philanthropic. Right now, the state college system and the community colleges are also making a similar budget issue for their portions of paying for NSERS, and the commissioner who's on the executive committee can certainly speak to you about what NSERS has finally gotten built and what they can do for us in that regard. But this is going back to the legislature saying, okay, you told us to build the P16 data system. You told us you wanted this to connect with workforce to be usable to make policy decisions in education and in workforce as to better utilize the funds. This issue is, okay, legislature, now that we've done it, we need you to start funding this so that you can have really good usable data as to education policy making as you go forward. But I'll let the commissioner speak to answers since he's on the executive committee.
I'm going to just ask a quick question because I think that the commissioner can address it too when he speaks. So the P16 data system, I just want someone, either you, Deputy Commissioner, or the Commissioner, to clarify. You said you can have all of the data on students moving through the system. And so I think it's really important to clarify what all of the data means, because that's a touchy subject. Commissioner?
I think I'll let Deputy Commissioner Halstead define.
There is no new data collected. It is about the entire system being able to see all of that in a manner so you can make an informed decision as to, did your investment here at 3rd grade reading make any difference at 7th grade, 12th grade, post-secondary? What is workforce telling you about the workers they have, their ability to read and comprehend? That's all been anecdotally and information sets. This system would allow you to look at that in a non-identifiable manner. So you're not going to see individual students, but you're going to be able to see this is what 3rd graders 6 years ago were doing and what the impact of that was here and here as they move through the system or into the workforce. That's largely the goal. There's no more personally identifiable information collected from any of the students, nor does any identifiable data actually get produced by this whole system.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
And I would just add to what Deputy Commissioner has already said in regards to back in the day when I was still working in a district, the thought of how do we put together a statewide longitudinal data system, what does that look like? And this is what happened. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Commissioner Breed was in the seat that I'm in when this all got going. So we've seen a little bit of an evolution of that conversation to where we are today. I think the big question today is the information being produced, or how should the information being produced be paid for? Is it on the backs of the four entities that are part of the executive committee? Is it through the philanthropic community? Is it through the state legislature? And I think that remains to be seen. It'll be interesting with me being still somewhat new to that board, and with the University of Nebraska, that system having a shake-up as to their representative to that board, how that conversation will go in the coming year. I believe our state needs the data. I really think it's important data for all of us to look at. And you might say, how does it impact us? And I'll give you one shining example that is consistent with the conversation that we've had here today. And that is we can ask INSERS to tell us the likelihood of an intervention on our part resulting in improved reading scores. So we don't have to spend money to find out whether or not the intervention will work. There'll be a strong likelihood before we ever start that the intervention makes sense. That to me is the power of INSERS for NDE specifically. I think now I'm just rambling, but I think the big key is, do we make an ask of the legislature for our portion of this? And I think it makes sense for the data, the significance that the data has on a statewide basis for the state to participate in that expenditure.
I'm sorry, Lisa.
You know, the legislature more recently has worked with the department, and I really appreciate that. But this is data over time, and we have factual data to help us know where the needs are. And with the legislature working with us a little more, I would think the things that they bring forth to NDE are to improve where students are and to make them successful in the future. I don't know why they wouldn't pay for this if that's their philosophy, to help NDE get students to where they need to be. Why wouldn't you do that? So thank you for pushing for this. I think data is what drives improvement, knowing what needs to be done so you can improve it. And kids deserve to know, you know, that we're behind them trying to help them get where they need to go to be successful in life.
So I'm going to move on to the last request. And thank you for that, Lisa. That was well said. The last request is an aid request. So I'm switching from operations to aid. We only have one. The last one is asking for additional funding to support the ESU course services. This is a formula distribution. There has not been an increase since essentially 2009, 10. You may have to correct me, Brian. And And so that would be provided as aid and distributed to the ESUs.
I have a question.
Yes.
Each educational service unit has the authority to levy up to $0.015 per $100 worth of valuation. So they do, as I last looked, every one of them levies the $0.015. That's not a lot of property tax dollars, but they still have that authority. So depending on their valuation base, that would generate them some local property tax dollars, yes.
Is that their main source of revenue?
It provides some of the funding. There is this core services aid, and as you can see, it hasn't been increased since 2009-10. The rest of their funding, they are either chasing grants or school districts are paying them for the services they're providing to the school itself. I am sure Dr. Polk, who's sitting in the back row, can certainly come up here and explain to you all of the complexities of how all the service units are trying to serve their school districts. Hopefully, I've somewhat captured the big picture of how it's done, and it's going to vary by each service unit and the services the member schools and that service unit are requesting or needing, so.
So did this request come from the ESUs, or is this Indy staff initiated?
This has largely come from the ESUs. The statute currently calls for their aid to be increased 2% every year. And you can see that the legislature has chosen not to follow the legislature's intent. They've left it flat for 14 years. And it certainly seemed to us at the department, it would help if the board thinks the 2% has a meaning, that we should put it in our ask as the agency budget. So this is a number they've derived. I believe the number is trying to make up the years they didn't get aid. So I'm not sure the second year is another 3.3 or whether that's just a 2% on top of making up what didn't happen over we can get those details. But again, do you think this is an issue we should continue moving forward on and building for the September meeting or not?
In speaking with several ESU administrators, there's a great concern related to cybersecurity. I mean, and you can imagine how devastating it is for school districts if there's a hack and all that data, they're blackmailed, right? And school districts don't have money to pay that. And I think having part of this really be designated to helping ESUs and school districts with cybersecurity issues is really important.
Any other questions? Okay, so that's all I have for today. I do want to thank you for allowing Brian and I to join you and provide this information. Thanks.
Thank you.
And between now and September, make sure you let the commissioner know if you have other budget issues or you have input on any of these budget issues, because the Budget and Finance Committee and the board next month will have to authorize him to submit the biennium budget request.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, we are moving on to agenda item 7.3. Chair Sherry Jones will report on behalf of the Planning and Evaluation Committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. The Planning and Evaluation Committee reports on their committee meeting on August 1st, 2024. The members present were Patty Goebbels, Deborah Neary, Patsy Kojans, and myself. The committee reviewed 6 action items with NDE staff providing summaries and answering questions on all action items. The committee supports the 6 items for full board consideration. The committee also reviewed action item 7.3.b, approve the pilot process for conducting clinical observations virtually for Nebraska State Colleges. The committee recommends no action at this time. And we are sending it back, requesting additional reporting information be gathered, including student input. And this particular pilot has to do with the counseling program. The committee discussed the approval of Rule 11 waiver request for Dundee County Stratton Schools, statement assessment contract process, and the Nebraska College and Career Ready Standards for Science final draft. These items will be brought to the September meeting as action items. Additionally, the committee reviewed informational items related to model policies for schools, state board position statements, and the Nebraska Literacy Project, which was shared during the commissioner's report. This concludes the planning and evaluation report.
Thank you, Sherry. Are there any questions on the Planning and Evaluation Committee report? Okay, is there a motion on item 7.3.a?
Yes, there is. I move to continue the approval of educator preparation programs for the 2024-2025 academic year.
I'll second the motion.
It is moved and seconded to continue the approval of educator preparation programs for the 2024-2025 academic year. Is there any discussion on the motion? No? Okay, the motion is to continue the approval of educator preparation programs for the 2024-2025 academic year. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Penner, Morrison, Kojans,
Yes.
Fricke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to continue the approval of educator preparation programs for the 2024-2025 academic year is adopted. Okay, agenda item 7.3.b. The committee recommends no action at this time. Is there a motion on item 7.3.c?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to approve the pilot process for faculty load requirements for Nebraska State Colleges.
It is moved and seconded to approve the pilot process for faculty load requirements for Nebraska State Colleges. Is there any discussion on the motion? None? Okay. So the motion is to approve the pilot process for faculty load requirements for Nebraska State Colleges. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Morrison, Fricke,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner, Goebbels,
Yes.
Kojans,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the pilot process for faculty load requirements for Nebraska State Colleges is adopted. Is there a motion on item 7.3.d?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the criteria for the Innovative Learning Platform Grant.
I'll second the motion.
It is moved and seconded to approve criteria for the Innovative Learning Platform Grant. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. The motion is to approve criteria for the Innovative Learning Platform Grant. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison, Neary,
Yes.
Penner, Kojans,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Fricke, Jones,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve criteria for the Innovative Learning Platform Grant is adopted. Is there a motion on item 7.3.e?
Yes, Madam President, I move to adopt recommendations from statewide assessment standard setting results.
I second that motion.
It is moved and seconded to adopt recommendations from statewide assessment standard setting results. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Not discussion per se, but I do think it would be beneficial for Trudy to come up and kind of explain what the suggested cut scores are.
Dr. Clark, would you come up?
Dr. Clark, as you begin, would you also share why it was necessary? I found that very interesting yesterday, or helpful on why new cut scores are necessary. Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Trudy Clark, Director of Statewide Assessment. Are you seeing my, there we are, yay. Okay. The standard setting process, which is what we use to identify the cut scores that are used to find students' achievement levels. So as I have described previously, there are 3 performance levels that we have had in Nebraska since 2017. These were approved by the state board back in 2017, as I mentioned. And these are the descriptions that apply to each of those 3 performance levels. So standard setting is performed for 3 reasons. The first is the first year of a new assessment. So if we have new standards, then there has to be a new test to measure those new standards. And following that first test administration is when we hold the standard setting. So the first year of a new assessment is one reason why we have a standard setting. The second one is if a test changes significantly. So one of those could have been when we changed the test for the science, when we switched over to those 3D standards, that first year we could really have done a standard setting for that reason because the test changed so significantly. And also when we changed from a fixed form test to an item adaptive test, that too would have kicked off a standard setting. And then also if policymakers want to adjust expectations, that is somewhat the reason why we ended up doing a standard setting previously, because of concerns about the process wasn't standardized. And so we did a standard setting for that reason. So for this case, for these standard settings, we had a precipitating event, which was the adoption of the new standards in 2022 and then the new test that came in 2024. So following that test administration, we had a standard setting this past July. So ACS Ventures is the outside vendor that we've used. They facilitated the work of about 47 content area specialists. And over the course of these 4 days, they took the teachers through a very specific process. And initially what is done is the teachers come together in grade bands and they look at the achievement level descriptors that we've previously set for each content area and each grade. And so they pick it apart and they truly try to identify what are the specific knowledge and skills that each student will have at each of those achievement levels. What does that look like for a third grade developing student? What does that look like for an on-track? And ultimately, their conversation comes down to how will a student engage with this test if they are just emerging from the developing level and going to the on-track. So it's that barely on-track student that they keep in mind. And so they take the test and they identify, does this item, is that student going to answer that correctly or not, yes or no? And so then they continue to go through that test. They come together, they have a rich conversation about what their results were. They share those results. They have an opportunity to go back again. They go through it again. And so ultimately what has happened is these teachers engage with that test and have conversations around the performance of these students multiple times, at least 3 times. And then at the end of the 3rd time, that's when they look at the impact. What do these scores that they've identified, how is that going to look for our state and for these particular students? So then once they have that impact data, then they start looking at, do we need to adjust? Are there reasons for us to have conversations around maybe moving up 1 score point or moving down 1 score point to make sure that it's consistent, that it's reasonable, and it's accurate? Then the final piece that they go through is that vertical alignment. So representatives from each of the grade levels come together and they share their numbers, and then they have this conversation about, does the progression look reasonable? Is there a true progression from grade 3 through grade 8 in terms of expectations of performance? And once they have that, then the final piece is this conversation with representatives from the Assessment and Accountability Committee, so that AAAC, and then also NACIA. It's a policy review. So they have one more level of conversation around the scores to decide, again, are these reasonable? Do they meet the expectation, or do they represent what we believe is happening in our school systems? So that's the process. And we did the same thing with our English language arts, just to validate the work that we had done last year. So that's the process.
Any questions for Dr. Clark?
And then we have our recommendations. This, just to add a note that there were representatives for those students in our special populations, our alternate test takers. We did the standard setting for them as well. And that's what these are. So that's it.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Clark. Sure. Thanks to all the people who participated and helped you with that.
Yes, we had great representation from across the state, lots of rich conversations, and we always have comments from the teachers as they do a end of activity survey, and so many times we hear it was great professional development for them to really truly understand the standards and what this means for their kids.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion is to adopt recommendations from the statewide assessment standard setting results. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner? Jones?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison? Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
Turn the page, sorry. The affirmative has it, and the motion to adopt recommendations from statewide assessment standards setting results is adopted. Is there a motion on item 7.3.f?
I'll second the motion.
It is moved and seconded to approve Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Fairbury Public Schools. Is there any discussion on the motion? The motion is to approve Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Fairbury Public Schools. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Yes. Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Penner? Goebbels?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Fairbury Public Schools is adopted. Is there a motion on item 7.3.g?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Patty and Jacqueline. It is moved and seconded to adopt the revised proposed model policy for the dress code and grooming for schools. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I would like to add some comments. I'd like to share a comment that I made to the full board and the public while on the Planning and Evaluation Committee. And I say this for the sake of schools and students and their parents. The wording on in the legislation includes the term hate speech. And I just want to comment on this because I believe this could be problematic for schools. And schools may need to develop a definition of hate speech. And I say this because my concern is that determining if something is hate speech is rather subjective. There does not seem to be a single consistent definition. And I found when I was doing my online search, it said in quotations, generally labeled as hate speech is and what is often or generally, they said, labeled as hate speech is constitutionally protected. So I just think that schools need to be aware of this and make sure they have developed a definition for hate speech because, in my opinion, it can be kind of subjective. So I say that not condoning hurtful words or anything. That's just some of my thoughts.
Jacqueline.
Thank you for that. I don't want to go into a long debate about this. I've read through the model policy. I don't necessarily agree with how it's written. I expressed some concerns with it some time ago. I think it's written in a very permissive way, what kind of telling schools what they can't do. I think we could be more prescriptive. So I don't know, it seems a little, I don't want to say political to me, but there's just a lot in there that I don't know if it's doing what the legislature was asking us to do. So I'm not going to vote for it, but I just wanted to say why I'm not going to vote for it.
Lisa.
Madam President, I would like to know if the Superintendent Advisory Committee has had any feedback on this.
Commissioner?
They have, and there was not a unanimous thought. If I would put themes together from the conversation, it would be do what you have to do statutorily, but let us take care of everything else locally.
Any further comments or questions? The motion is to adopt the revised proposed model policy for the dress code and grooming for schools. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison? No. Kojons?
Yes.
Fricke,
Yes.
Penner, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
6 yes, 1 no, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to adopt the revised proposed model policy for the dress code and grooming for schools is adopted. Agenda item 7.3.h. This is a discussion item. Approve Rule 11 teacher waiver request for Dundee County Stratton Schools. Board members, are there any questions or discussion on this item?
Just a note that as with many other times that you've seen these Rule 11 requested waivers, this will be coming up for action at our next meeting.
Thank you, Patty. Moving along, agenda item 7.3.I. This is the statewide assessment contract process. Board members, are there any questions or discussion on this item?
May I just add? I will add something, President Tegmeyer. Just that, I believe I already mentioned this, but in September, we'll be bringing recommendations to the board of the vendors selected. There were 4 proposals, and I believe Dr. Clark was looking forward to announcing their selected one and recommended one. So expect that in September.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, that there was a very comprehensive, I would call it, review of the 4 proposals by a pretty diverse group of people, important stakeholders. So, you know, I'm excited to see who the recommended vendor is.
Thank you. I always appreciate hearing the little insights from the committee members. That helps those of us who don't sit on that committee. All right, agenda item 7.3.j. This is the Nebraska College and Career Ready Standards for Science, the final draft. Board members, are there any questions or discussion on this item?
Yes, President Tegmeyer, I have some.
Sherry?
First of all, I would like to bring to the board members' notice that you have been given a blue folder that contains a hard copy of the science standards. Thank you, Allison and Marissa, for making that possible. So there's quite a bit of information in there, a very reader-friendly form, so I would encourage you to take a look at that. Also, I'd like to add something. Due to time restraints yesterday during the committee meeting, we had gone over 45 minutes past our allotted time. So I did not share my comments as I had planned to, but I did share them with Allison and Marissa this morning, and I want to do the same now with the entire board in advance of next month's meeting. So if I may do that now. I'm offering a couple suggestions in regards to 2 specific areas. And one is the origin of life and the age of the earth. From what I see, only one theory is being offered for each of these, and I believe it would be valuable for students to consider other theories which encourages critical thinking. In regard to origin of life, I'm guessing, and I list a certain standard, that it's referring to the neo-Darwinian macroevolution theory. I propose students would be asked to find both supporting and counter evidence of this theory. Additionally, students should be asked to do the same with another origin of life theory. There are a number of other origin of life theories out there, such as intelligent design, creationism, and a few macroevolution ones which differ from Darwin's. If students are taught only one theory, then they are likely to view it as fact. So that would be in the origin of life area standard. And then one other standard, I do not see a standard asking students to construct a scientific explanation based on a young Earth theory. I believe it would be valuable for students to compare the old Earth theory, billions of years old, with the young Earth theory, thousands of years old. There is evidence in support of and counter to both of these theories. Again, this would encourage critical thinking. Teaching only the old earth theory leads children to believe it is proven fact rather than a theory to consider. So I'm just asking Allison and Marissa to take my suggestions to their committees just for consideration before the next meeting. So, and I think they are willing to do that. So thank you.
Patty?
I guess I'm just curious about what committees they would be taking these to, because the whole standards revision process has been gone through at this point. You know, there were 2 opportunities for public input, and as board members, we were encouraged that if we had any suggestions for either one of those public input times, that we would provide the input then. And these standards, I believe, should be developed and revised with particularly input from our content experts. And they have been involved in this process throughout. So I guess I'm really hesitant, Sherry, to, you know, as an individual, now I might say, well, gee, I think this might be included. But that's outside the process. And so I can't really support adding something else when the entire process now is at the point that we're through the second and final, what's considered the final draft.
Jacqueline?
Where are these sections that you are asking to be reviewed? I kind of just want to follow
Okay.
along, and I don't know
They
what
are
I'm looking at.
NESC be high school 10.5A. And that would be related to origin of life. So that's 10.5A. And then the other one,
The biological evolution?
yeah, common ancestry and biological evolution. I believe that's where that would fit.
Is it just that section?
Yes, primarily. I think there was one in the 8th grade section, but that's the one in particular I was referring to.
Okay, because I wrote down, you wrote
Oh, the other
origin
one.
of life, and then
Okay.
you said something about the age
Oh,
of
yes,
Earth.
yes, that one is 8.14.7A. So that was the 8th grade one. 14.7.A. Again, and this is not really taking away from, it's adding to a more, I believe, more inclusive look at things.
Am I right in understanding that if the 2017 description, if there's nothing to the right of it in the draft 1 proposed revisions, then that means it just flows through and there's no changes? And so the HS.10.5.A, it's nothing, there's nothing to the right of it, so nothing's being, there was no proposal to change it. Is that, am I reading that right? Okay.
Do other people have any discussion? This is the time to have it. This is, I was confirming with Dr. Maher that this is the first time we've we've had a full board discussion on the details of these. While they have been in committee, the full board has not discussed these. So this is a good time to have this, even though we are at a point in the process, it doesn't mean they can't be sent back. Deb, did you?
Yeah, I love this board because I think we have so many different lenses, and people make me think about things that I wouldn't otherwise. This is one of those things. I do remember the last time science standards were approved and this came up. I wasn't on the board, but I was following the board meetings, and I do remember a packed room of science experts and university professors and others that work in the field of science feeling strongly that creationism is something that comes from religion, not from science, and that we have an obligation to be teaching what a majority of scientists believe can be fact-based. I grew up learning both, evolution and creationism, and I had no problem in my mind, believing in both because of my spiritual beliefs, but I only, I learned one at school and one from my family and religious education. And I also, just from following news in other states, believe anytime a school district tries to add creationism because it is specific to one religion, or to Christianity, there's lawsuits, and I would not want that for Nebraska that already has limited resources. But really, my primary point is I've always believed our standards should be based on what the majority of professionals in that field believe to be fact-based, so that our students are raised with a competitive knowledge so they can compete on an international or national stage. And while I respect the idea of religion coming up when we're studying social studies or studying about other people's, I certainly understand it being part of the discussion in those arenas. But when it comes to science, I think there's what I believe personally in my spiritual belief isn't what I want taught in our public schools. I believe that we have an ethical responsibility to teach science, as 90% of the experts would say that needs to be taught. And again, we come back to the idea of what is an expert. So I understand that that's a challenge too. But anyway, sorry for the long answer.
Lisa?
As Deborah pointed, I appreciate your idea of creationism. In my junior high, called it junior high back then, high school and college courses, I was fascinated with learning about other religions and cultures around the world. My faith is everything to me. I truly mean that. But when it comes to the discussion and where something should be, I think it should be in the history, and that we should learn about more than one religion, so that diversity is at the key of our education, understanding our world, that would lead to peace, because we understand that not everybody believes the same way we do.
Jacqueline?
Okay, I've had time to kind of read through this. I think procedurally I would agree with Patty that we have processes in place and we have experts in place. And if this is from 2017, I can't imagine the work that was done up to 2017 to get it there and then reviewing it. It looks like people have gone deliberately through this to see what should be updated from there. And one of those things was not changed and the other one was changed. And so I think we should follow those processes and we shouldn't change it. But beyond that, if we were going into the specifics of it, I feel really uncomfortable with it, because I'm reading through this life sciences piece, and while you could read the word evolution to potentially mean the theory of evolution, if you read the context before and you read the context afterwards, it's not just talking about humans, it's talking about species, and it's talking about how different populations evolve over time, and adaptation and things like that. And so to kind of just pull out one piece of that entire curriculum and say, that must be talking, or we need to insert this piece, I would be really concerned that we are doing that not in the context of the whole series. Because if you look before it, they're talking about the role of DNA and chromosomes from parents to offspring, then looking at genetic combinations, and then we get to how all of that is evolving, which is still happening today. We still see evolutions in populations and adaptations and things like that. And so I'm just worried, even if we were to insert that, I don't know that that's the right place. So I would support not doing that. If they've already told you that they would, I suppose I can't stop that. But when we come back to vote next time, my support is going to be on what's already written for those reasons.
This is a little bit different direction, but just again, some additional kind of information or perceptions from the committee that in general, as you look through this, you see that there were not wide sweeping changes. And that was important because when the 2017 standards were adopted, that was a mindset shift to having the science standards be based much more on scientific method, and having kids explore and experiment, those kinds of things. So much more emphasis on the thinking part of science rather than just having a factual answer. And it took schools some time to adjust, some schools in particular, adjusting from teaching science in one way to teaching it to really have kids learn through the experimentation process and so on. And I think it's an indication that the practitioners are really happy with the version of the 2017, and so the majority of the proposed changes that you see in these standards are really clarification or kind of that idea of a way we can word this and make this even better. So it's not, not anything really earth-shattering in terms of the kinds of suggested changes to the science standards.
I might add just a little bit. I did have I believe a retired science teacher has given some input regarding these very things to the committee. And there's microevolution, yes, macro, but I would point out that what other theories are we teaching regarding both of those things, the origin of life and the age of the earth? There's only one that I believe we're teaching. And if they're theories, we're not really, if they are theories and we're not teaching other theories, then I believe we're teaching them as fact, and that does our students a disservice, not allowing them to critically think. And to me, I mentioned creationism, but I also mentioned intelligent design, a few macroevolution ones, which I looked up. There's several others besides Darwinism. So I'm not promoting a religion here. I'm promoting other possibilities of origins of life, and we're teaching that there's only one. And I don't think that's teaching, what did I say? Critical thinking. I think we're limiting our children. So that's where I'm at. I'm not trying to teach religion. If we're saying these are theories and we're only teaching one, then that's a disservice in my opinion. So that's where I'm at.
I'm not an expert, but it never stops me from giving an opinion, as you've all learned. But in my, just quick research, I mean, my understanding is that the majority of scientists believe that evolution can be documented as fact and that it's not a theory. And again, the courts, every time this has come before the courts, has held up that creationism is religion and cannot be taught in our public schools, whereas evolution is based on fact, and that is what should be taught. And again, I'm just, this is one source, but that's all.
Well, I appreciate, Patsy.
Well, I hang out with a science teacher every day, and what Deborah just said, the difference is fact and theory.
Well, I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the notion that the 2017 standards were rewritten to help students think critically. And I think that that's what Sherry was proposing. And I certainly hope that our science teachers will teach our science standards and also help students to think critically. And that may be presenting other theories if they want to in their classrooms. This is a discussion item. Any more discussion on that?
Well, are you suggesting that we are inviting teachers to teach what their beliefs are instead of what the standards are? I mean, because basically that hasn't been in the standards, and if a teacher was teaching creationism in the classroom, then, I mean, that would be reason for a lawsuit.
I think that teachers teach lots of things that aren't in the standards. And that's, and you'll see that. I mean, that the standards are the goals that we want our children to achieve, and there's lots of ways to do that. And there's opportunities for critical thinking. So I'm not encouraging someone to break the law, but I am encouraging the critical thinking of our students. Agenda item 7.4, Rules and Regulations Committee. Chair Lisa Fricke will report on behalf of the Rules and Regulations Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. The Rules and Regulation Committee reports on the August 1st, 2024 meeting of the committee. Members present were Lisa Fricke, Jacqueline Morrison, and Elizabeth Techmeyer. Committee members reviewed the rules report. NDE staff provided an update that drafts for Rule 21 and 24 will be provided to the committee today for review. NDE staff will post the public input draft at the end of August and will bring comments and revisions to the committee in October for discussion. We're looking forward to hearing the input. NDE staff provided information on the repeal of Rule 25 in response to legislation transferring the program to the Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education. The committee recommended proceeding with the repeal draft at the September meeting. NDE staff also reported that hearings will be scheduled for Rule 51, which is special education, and the repeals of Rule 22, Rule 26 in the upcoming weeks. NDE staff reported that Rule 3 about gifted will be brought to the September meeting as discussion item. Committee members also requested that NDE staff provide information and present policy questions to the committee on Rules 10, 11, 14, 17, 47, and 86 at the September meeting. This concludes my report.
Are there any questions on the Rules and Regulations Committee report? Thank you, Lisa, for that report. We do have 3 items that were pulled from the consent agenda. And so we will begin with item 6.2.A. Is there a motion on 6.2.A?
Jacqueline has it. Is someone else going to make it?
Yep. Here, I've got one. I've got a copy.
I would be glad to.
I move to authorize the Commissioner to approve the 2024-25 NCTE membership roster.
Is there a second on this motion?
I'll second it.
It is moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to approve the 2024-2025 NCTE membership roster. Is there any discussion on this item?
Thank you. Sorry about that. I pulled this off the consent agenda. Just, I think sometimes opportunities for education or understanding are good. And that sounds usually a lot better when it's 10 o'clock in the morning when I pull it rather than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So my apologies. But if this is the board that I'm thinking about, it's a board that I believe is technically appointed by, it's a committee or membership that's appointed by us. But we don't really get a lot of discretion in who actually comes to us and how we approve that. And so I was hoping that the staff members, and I think there is an opportunity for us to get some of that discretion back. And so I'm just curious, I'd ask the staff members if they could come up and talk to us a little bit more about how these individuals are selected, where the authority comes from for the selection before it gets to us, and where there's maybe wiggle room or opportunity for more engagement from us in how this membership roster is determined. So that's why I pulled it. So if someone can talk a little bit more about it, that'd be great.
Thank you, Jacqueline. We'll have Brad Dirksen come up. I think this is great that you pulled it because I do recall this same kind of conversation happening last year, and the fact that it's happening in 2 consecutive years makes me wonder if this is something the board needs to look at.
Good afternoon. Brad Dirksen, Administrator of the Office of Accreditation, Certification, and Approval. The Nebraska Council on Teacher Education, often abbreviated as NCTE, is an advisory body to the State Board of Education. They do have organizational policies that have been adopted by the Board of Education. So they've been adopted by this board, or the Board of Education. The last revision was in April of 2021 when those organizational policies were approved by the State Board of Education. The appointment of members in those organizational policies, which are available on our department website, is in section 6 that discusses the process for nominations. In general, nominations are gathered from a variety of different organizations and then sent to the NCT Executive Council, to the department, and then forwarded on to the State Board for approval. There are, in general, 16 representatives from higher education, educator preparation institutions, 16 administrator or governance members, and then 16 teacher representatives. Section 4 outlines membership and which of the organizations recommend individuals that were to be proposed to the State Board of Education to be a part of the committee. That is the process that's currently outlined within the organizational policies. There is a process to revise organizational policies. If that process goes through internally, NCTE and NCTE is proposing revisions to that process. That's outlined in section 15 with amendments to the organizational policies. However, I don't think that would preclude the board from revising the organizational policies if there would be a different process or a way that you would like to have members identified for the Nebraska Council on Teacher Education.
Okay, so that was a lot. I'm just gonna back up. So I just pulled up this document, which I probably voted on it when I first got on the board. Didn't know what I was voting on. So the organizational policies of the NCTE came through this board in 2021. How often do we vote on those policies? Is it an annual revision? Is it every 4 years? Is it when NCTE wants to make a change, they send it to us? Can you talk procedurally about how do we get that and when do we get that?
Yes.
Or if we're not initiating it?
Yes, there's no standard protocol for like an annual review of the organizational policies. It is at NCT's discretion of when, if they feel like there's needs to be changes, then they'll propose those changes going through the process that's outlined in section 15, and then bring those to the board. And that's historically what has happened.
And then you then said, so each of the organizations kind of come up with their group of people or nominations, and then it goes to someone else before it gets here. Who's that?
That's the NCT Executive Committee is what's described in section 6. The organizations propose them to the NCT Executive Committee, which Indy has representation upon that. And then we forward those recommendations to the commissioner, then to the board.
And how is the NCTE Executive Committee chosen or established?
Yep. The NCTE Executive Committee is described in section 9.
Okay.
And that kind of, the process and how that's defined and who that is incorporated of is all outlined within the organizational policies as well. Typically, it's going to be a representative from the teachers, a representative from governance, and a representative from higher education, along with NDE staff.
Jacqueline.
Oh, yeah. Anyone else can.
Well, I think Lisa, and then I have one too. I'm a little.
When you say NE staff, approximately how many usually attend, or when they're making decisions and you're involved, is it you?
Two other staff, or who's usually consistently going to those meetings and listening and included in the vote?
Yes, good question. That is under the school governance section of organizational policies, where it talks about there's 2 representatives. It's section 402E, which outlines 2 representatives. The Department of Education shall be nominated by the Nebraska Commissioner of Education. Currently, that is, I'm included in that on the draft membership roster. It traditionally also includes either the certification director or the director of educator preparation and approval because of the nature of the responsibility or the scope of the organization, where one of those members serves as an alternate and then the other's a member, along with myself being a member.
I appreciate that, knowing that our staff is involved in it. I kind of forgotten that, so thank you for sharing that with me.
Certainly.
So my question, can I ask? Okay. So I just want to clarify what you said. So the organizations submit potential members or representatives to the NCTE executive board, and then they screen who gets, so they are the ones narrowing this down, is what you're saying?
Yeah, they forward the nominations to NCT Executive Committee, and Executive Committee makes sure that they meet the requirements that are in the organizational policies. So making sure that there's the appropriate number of nominations is really their responsibility, because that's the only limiting factor is making sure that X number of individuals fall into each So if, say, one organization were to nominate 10 individuals, but they only had the ability to actually nominate 6, at that point, the NCT Executive Committee would clarify of, okay, what exactly are you nominating? Because you're nominating more than you should be in that specific area.
So they're not, so to clarify then, if you have 10 spots, they're not nominating 14 people, and then NCTE is picking, they're not screening and picking the executive. It's- Okay, that's what I was a little confused when you said that they forwarded the nominations. I was assuming that you meant then NCTE was having some sort of screening process. So that's what I was clarifying.
Yeah, the only rule for NCT Executive Committee is to make sure that they are nominated in compliance with the organizational policies, which is really just a numbers, making sure they nominate the appropriate number of individuals.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other board members?
So I'm looking at this, just curious, under the representatives, like, one of them says, one administrative/supervisory member shall be appointed by the State Board of Education. And then it goes on to say, 2 representatives of the Nebraska Department of Education shall be nominated by the Nebraska Commissioner of Education. So are these, if this document were to change, we could say, instead of it being by the commissioner, it would be by the board, or we could change the numbers. It doesn't have to be 8 and 8 and 9 in here. This is all kind of just discretionary.
It's the board's advisory committee, you adopt the policies, so I would imagine you could change the organizational policies to whatever you would like them to appear as.
And I guess I'm just asking because here, like the next section, it says the number of persons representing practicing teachers shall equal the number of board-approved teachers and shall be nominated as follows. 2 shall be nominated by the State Board of Education, and the remaining shall be nominated by NSEA. Again, I might have sat here and voted on something, but when does the State Board of Education, when do we nominate those 2 people? How? What committee does that go through?
The process that we have for the board is that at least a month or 2 prior to the actual voting on membership, you are provided an opportunity to make nominations. The process to nominate is all outlined in the board materials that was available to you in the June meeting of this year. We followed a very similar process, or the exact same process last year, where you were made aware of the notification of vacancies in June of 2023, and then voted for membership in August of 2023. So we're following the same practices as we have in prior years.
Okay, I was not here in June, so that explains it. Okay, those are I guess my last question, I'm going through it really quickly, but how is that executive committee selected? Because I'm not really understand. I see who it's made up of, but it doesn't. I don't really see how they.
I believe it's, the executive committee is made up of, I think it's the committee members, it's the committee chair of the 3 different committees that are in NCT. There's a committee A, B, and C, and those committee chairs are elected from the actual committee members themselves. And then as the committee chair, they're then moved up to the executive committee.
And then the president and president-elect, is that just voted on by the committee?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Sherry?
Yes, I just want to note that I have requested it be put on the agenda for the September Planning and Evaluation Committee on our agenda to revisit the organizational policies of the NCTE because they're under our purview, and I believe it's time to look at them, and so it is on the agenda.
Thanks.
Nancy?
I think that would be a good idea, because you have people saying, I can't remember this. I remember from being the president, that process sort of, but I can understand why it's all vague, and we need to know you know, we need to be sure of what we're doing before we do it.
Brad, I don't know if this extends from before your time. When, do you know when the current structure for the NCTE was created?
I've given presentations on the history of NCTE. It's been around for a long time.
So this current structure, what you're saying is this current structure has been around?
This current membership structure of who and
Yes.
how many. It was last revised in April of 2021. There was a revision where we allowed for, or you should say you, as the Board of Education, allowed for an appointment of one of the governance members coming directly from the Board of Education. That was a change where that previously was not included.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other discussion on this or questions for, okay, yes, Pat?
Who was it, Brad, that came directly from the Board of Education last year?
The Board of Education, it's new nominations it's on the attached list. And those individuals would be Latasha Mohammed out of, I believe, Omaha Public Schools. And as the alternate would be Daniel McMurdy out of Maxwell Public Schools.
Great, thank you, Brad. Okay. And I've lost, there it is. The motion is to authorize the commissioner to approve the 2024-2025 NCTE membership roster. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner? Jones?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison? Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to approve the 2024-2025 NCTE membership roster is adopted. We have item number 6.4.c. No, sorry, I need to stay in order. 6.3.d. Is there a motion on that?
Madam President, I move to authorize the commissioner to amend the contract for services for the statewide Learning Acceleration Series and Leadership Development Cohort.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to amend the contract for services for the statewide Learning Acceleration Series and Leader Development Cohort. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I requested that this item be pulled from the consent agenda because, as you notice, it's an amendment to a current contract, 1 month addition of $275,000 to be spent over the next month to really kind of round out, finish work that has been started on this project. I mean, when I first looked at that amount, it was a little bit alarming to me, but when I really thought about the work that has been happening and needs to happen with CSI schools and this principal leadership development process, that it made sense to me. You know, we talked earlier in the biennial budget request about the need for additional funding to support school improvements, you know, those schools that are TSI, ASI, CSI schools, that we have increasing numbers of schools that need extra support, but we don't have money to do that. And this is one area to really help. I think it was, 30 schools, to help 30 of those schools with some additional support that otherwise they would not be getting at the beginning of the year, focused on the leadership in those schools. And as you saw in here, there are particular areas of things that are really the focus of trying to have quality implementation of HQIM and having several other things. Shirley, you can speak to this in much more detail, I think. So if you wouldn't mind coming up and just talking about the specifics of how this additional money would be spent or will be spent.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shirley Vargas, School Transformation Officer. Thank you so much. If I'm hearing correctly, could you
Yes.
summarize the question really briefly, or the statement?
Sure. I'll try and put it in the form of a question.
I appreciate that. Thank
What
you.
specific services are going to be provided to these 30 CSI school leaders that will be beneficial to them and will justify spending $275,000?
Good question. Thank you very much for the question. So, as you notice, the contract is actually coming to an end, and the work here is not only for the CSI schools that we've currently been working with for the last 3 years. It's also to expand the academic diagnostic work to schools that have a designation of ATSI, specifically with students with disabilities. So what we see is that there's this comprehensive support and improvement school, underperforming schools, and we've been seeing some success where we started out with 27, then there were 24 then we saw 18. So we were seeing some numbers, the number of the schools decrease exiting this designation as a result. I would say, right, there's no causality, but we're seeing some correlation between the work. But we're seeing an increase in the number of schools that are identified for student group performance. So this work would be able to expand, meaning we would not only just focus on the CSI schools, but actually allow schools that weren't originally allotted in the original scope of work to have access to this this type of learning, if you will, even if it is at the very beginning of the school year. But it's related to ensuring that there's strong instruction, deep engagement, teachers with high expectations, and students who really want to have students who have access to grade appropriate assignments. So that's where the work would take place. So it's expanding on that a bit more.
Yeah, this is such important work, and I'm so glad to hear that it's additional schools. You know, our reach then is even greater than it had been.
Dr. Vargas, would this $275,000 have to be spent in this 1 month? Because it looks like that's all we have is 1 month. And do the principals know it's coming? And are they scheduling these extra services in? How can you help me with that?
Of course. So what we want to do, I know it feels like it's a month because the contract ends on the 30th, but if you notice, the set of funds that were originally set aside for this project were ESSER 3 funds. The contract has already, the contractor has been and has done work with that. This would add funds so they can start as soon as Monday. I mean, we'd have to get the amendment signed, right? But it would accelerate that work. So it'd be 2.5 months or so where we can then communicate. And we've treaded lightly with saying this is available to everyone when we really can't say that, but people have asked us, even at admin days, to say, is this something that would be available to us? And I'm like, we will get back to you as soon as we know more. So as it is everything can move rather quickly because we have the structure's already been in place because we've done this for the past 2.5 years with this work. So it might feel like we have not a lot of time, but it actually can stand up relatively quickly. And the work that would take up most time is actually just getting into the classrooms. Everything else is then done behind the scenes.
This feels like a big picture, what I'm grasping. Can you help me understand it like an elementary school? This is what it would look like
Absolutely.
there?
Yeah, so essentially what this would mean is that it's almost like having an external review, like we do every 5 years. We go into schools and we provide an opportunity to say, this is how much growth and this is some areas for you to continue to work on throughout 5 years. But it's a really systemic, overall large picture. This really focuses on the actions between the teacher, the student, and the content that they're learning. For example, earlier today, you heard our colleagues talk about literacy. Well, what does it mean for students to have access to grade appropriate assignments in literacy? And what does it mean for a student with a disability to have access to that grade appropriate assignment? And that happens through classroom observations. It happens through student surveys where we're asking students, do you feel engaged in your work? And then it also has to do with asking teachers, do they believe that the students that they're serving can actually access and master the standards that they're teaching? So what you should be hearing is classroom observations and then having a third party say, here's the extent to which students in your building have access to standard specific grade appropriate assignments, and whether or not they're actually have a teacher every day that is exhibiting practices of strong instruction so they can meet those standards.
Thank you.
I'm just really pleased that you have school administrators coming to you and asking you, can you provide, are we going to have an opportunity for this? Right, so this is really important work.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Patsy?
Thank you for the clarification. It really helped.
The motion is to authorize the commissioner to amend the contract for services for the statewide Learning Acceleration Series and Leader Development Cohort. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Googles,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner, Morrison. 7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to amend the contract for services for the statewide Learning Acceleration Series and Leader Development Cohort has been adopted. Okay, now to agenda item 6.4.c. Does somebody have the motion on that?
I move to issue subgrants for the purposes of funding the peak. Okay.
Do we have a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Okay, it is moved and seconded to issue subgrants for the purpose of funding the PEAK, which the PEAK stands for something. Thank you, promoting engagement and knowledge projects. So, is there any discussion on the motion? Is Amy Roan here? Yes. Okay, I can't, oh, there she is. Amy, could you come up?
Hello, Amy Roan, Administrator of the Office of Special Education.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a question. Your rationale says projects should increase the capacity of districts to deeply implement evidence-based practices designed to improve outcomes of students with disabilities. And I wondered what improvements we've seen with student performance because of this, because this is a lot of money.
Yes, great question. The Promoting Engagement and Knowledge, or PEAK projects, are formula-based grants that are distributed annually. The Office of Special Education, as the state educational agency, has to make a application each year to the federal government, the OSEP, which is the Office of Special Education Programs, stating how we're going to fund improved outcomes or projects that specifically are geared towards our results-driven accountability. In Nebraska, we submit, not in Nebraska, nationally, we must submit a state systemic improvement plan known as the SIP, so many acronyms in special education. And our SIP is geared around improving literacy, specifically for students with disabilities. So over the last 3 years, we've embedded evaluation programs into these grant projects that require districts to not only tell us how they're improving in their implementation of those evidence-based practices, but also in the outcomes. So over the last 3 years, we have seen some increases in our literacy efforts. Specifically, we are honing in on our students with specific learning disability, or SLD, as those students are typically reported to be in the general education classroom. So partnering with our teaching, learning, and assessment team, we have really pushed the use of high-quality instructional materials, not just for the general education population, but for students with disabilities, allowing them better access. And then we have projects like Dr. Vargas just talked about that are going into schools and ensuring that leaders are seeing those practices put into place. So over the last year, we saw an increase from 12.2% of our students who are specific learning disabled, or SLD, and this year we saw that outcome now is 13.3%. So small gain, but we will take every gain that we can.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions or comments? All right. So the motion is to issue subgrants for the purpose of funding the PEAK project. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Penner? Fricky?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to issue subgrants for the purpose of funding the PEAK is adopted. The next items on the agenda are items 9.1 through 9.3. These are informational items and written reports for the board. Agenda item 10, the good of the order. This section of the agenda is intended for board members to offer informational observations of the work of the state board. Board members may make brief announcements about attendance at future events for the purpose of informing other board members. No business or motions or suggested actions of the board may be offered at this point in the agenda, nor should board members engage in substantive discussion about other agenda items or introduce new agenda items. Lisa.
Madam President, when I was at Administrator Days, since we're talking about literacy as a priority, I gave a handout about literacy. And then there was another document that I handed out about leadership, since we've been working on leadership for a couple of years now, starting with the PRISM advisors. This just put leadership in a different perspective for me, and I thought you might enjoy seeing what they were submitting at Administrator Days. And it was a fantastic Wednesday and Thursday. NDE did a fantastic job, and the people on Thursday did as well.
Lisa, thank you for that. I wish I could have gone. I was fortunate, though, that week that you were at NDE Days, I was attending a literacy workshop put on by the Nebraska Dyslexia Association.
They do a great job also.
Yeah. Any others?
Yes, I do have one. I would like to mention that at our NASB new member, what was it called? Institute. Our president of the board was elected as the, what was it? What's the title? The new member president? No, representative. Representative to the board. So that's a big deal. So.
Well,
Yes. So a
just
small
add-
Nebraska girl.
Nebraska has a great tradition of getting that position. I think Rachel Wise has had it. I know Patty Goebel's had it. And now Elizabeth and maybe others have. But I think Nebraska has great representation nationally on the state board, throughout the state board discussion. So congratulations and thank you.
And maybe we better say what NASB stands for. The National Association of State Boards of Education. So for anyone wondering in our public.
Anyone else have anything to contribute? Well, thank you to those who attended in person and who tuned into the broadcast. The next meetings of the State Board of Education are scheduled for September 5th and 6th, 2024 in Nebraska City. The August 2nd, 2024 Nebraska State Board meeting is adjourned.